stone sword key to get into for the optional boss at
Oh,
the
yeah.
bottom of the chariots. That guy seems like a super pain in the ass. There's a very small room for a very big boy.
Kill the stable hand. He deserves it.
Yeah. I don't like that boss because he's basically moving into the walls all the time because he's too big. The area is too small.
Yeah.
Wait,
And like
wait,
one of his move. What?
Wait, the stone chariot in the destroyer is a boss?
Yeah, there's a boss. There's a like
I
a.
thought it was an obstacle. I just ran around him and got to the thing at the end. The dragon mark thing.
There's an elite knight, and then there's a boss.
You don't have to fight the knight, though.
Well, no, but
I'm talking about the key. Let's just see if we're talking about the same thing here.
We're not.
It's the
Outside of
starting
the-
area.
Yeah, in the starting area where if you use a stone key, it opens up like an area where you climb down a ladder, and then there's like a big area of poison.
Yeah.
And then you're chased by chariots, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about the same thing. The
Yeah.
chariots. Wait, there was like a boss fight down there because
If you go all the way down, if you keep going down and then you turn a corner and you go down and you turn a corner, there's a ramp that goes up that leads to an elite ghost enemy. And if you go down to your right at the bottom of that, after a ghost ambush is the boss. That's down there.
Motherfucker. I thought that because when I killed like the elite knight enemy, he dropped a fancy he dropped the what's it called again? The dragon. Yep. He dropped the dragon communion seal. And I thought that was the big thing was to go for down there. There's a boss pass for that.
It's a fucking hyper annoying boss.
Did he drop anything good?
Yeah.
No clue.
Yeah. You get one key back, I think. And I think you get a gold like health potion thing. I think there's something else too. I don't know. It's good. It's good.
Golden seed. Okay. I just have to go back down there eventually. Because I thought the point was the Dragon Union seal and the other thing that guy dropped. Oh god, I hate that whole thing. Although I figured out how to get past it.
Run to the second window where the archer is, jump down off of that, take no fall damage, and run while it's going up so it doesn't chase you. And you have
and whatever you do, don't stop for breaks.
Yep.
I stopped for a break, this thing came around, and basically it went backwards, forwards, with no way for me to find an angle to get through. I'm just like, that is dirty, Miyazaki.
Deliberate.
I kind of like that they did it that way because it makes it more of a puzzle than an actual get past it one time, fucking run sort of thing.
You can also just wait.
Yeah,
for to move up and then run down.
Plus with
you don't have to jump.
Yeah. Also, like the night enemy at the end, that basically means you can't just run naked, going for pure speed to get out. Because if you did, you don't put your bare hands against a knight and he'll crush you.
Well, I'm ready to begin, gentlemen.
Okie.
If you are, of course.
Always. I've been ready since last Sunday.
I'm all
No, I want to postpone it.
Postpone it?
I'm 100% sure that if heaven is very personal, Kenny's heaven involves
RP.
like 12-hour D&D sessions.
24-hour D&D sessions. I don't need to sleep in heaven.
It's just me sitting there chained to the table. Come on, more RP. It's like, I got nothing left. It's my hell, his heaven. I got nothing.
So it's daily RP of a daily role-playing sessions, right?
Yeah, that's
That's
just
4
called
hours
existing.
of D&D, 4 hours of Warhammer, 4 hours of something else. It's all blocks of 4 hours.
God, wish I could afford Warhammer. I would.
With different groups.
But,
Dude, the new Warhammer actually does look pretty fucking great.
I'll pull up
The
my
game
notes.
or the RPG.
Right. The notes. Time for a recap, gentlemen. My session. Gibzu found his way into the summer court, guided by a half-elf, primarily human in appearance, named Lorelei. A very anxious individual related distantly to the noble courts of the Feywild. The two of them travelled, managing to slowly reach the edge of the summer vista, as it were. Eventually, during their encampment and into Gibbs's dreams, he encountered a familiar face to the players, but not to the party. Grand Judge Esmer Drace appeared with an offer of power. The ability to shut down magic users where they stand. And in return, got a tax bill. As for Spitz and Swarm, they made their way to the Isle of Midnight, atop the sloop. Oh my god, I don't have the name of it. Fuck it, leave it. The Duchess. Is it Duchess? One of them. You made your way there, looking to the Cursewood village, Storm's hometown. There you found many walking undead, rebuilding the settlement, visages of people once neighbors, now conscious husks that seem to disappear in the night, with a bit of sacred medicine. Swarm encountered the creature that had been taking them, the Dark Stranger, a being that sits between the veils of life and death. After a conversation and a chance to stop taking people, the Dark Stranger made a light promise to attempt to not take those that needed to be taken. To reinforce this, you headed to the City of Twilight to seek out Hazar Meveth, the undead prince. With some conversation, you quickly became aware that the Dark Stranger and Hazar Meveth had made a deal to remove any fading limbo people in order to keep the land safe. In the meantime, no, I'm missing a note here. It just says Varana on it. What would that be about? Yeah. Hazar Meveth basically dropped a bombshell, revealing Varana to be the next line to the throne of Galador. A throne in which you're all very, very tightly acquainted with and love very dearly. She, the pastry-loving child, and now ice cream connoisseur, is in line for what will soon be a very sticky throne. Back home, Coronar and Rauno go about their daily lives, with Coronar seeking out some training. Looking to Evander and Ludovic to train him in the art of great weapon mastery and crossbow firing techniques. After a good chunk of time has been elapsed, approximately 4 weeks, Coronar has come out a much more skilled swordsman and a very fast crossbowman. And during that time away, Rauno made the rounds on your prisoners of war, starting with the abrasive individual known as Minos, the elven archer of the Novarian Centurion. After eventually breaking him, he moved on, making his way through the small ranks of your prisoners to the Praetor, Adara. After what took hours, maybe nearly a day, Adara finally broke enough to remain neutral for the time being. But the amount of work it will take to fully clear these people of the brainwashing that they have been subjected to will take a great deal of time, and there will be mistakes. But that is where we left off. And who wants to take the floor?
All right. So we're back. So Storm and I are back at base.
Up to you, unless you've got other things you want to do. You could return back to Usul's Pier and travel home, or you can venture about the City of Twilight and see any of the local delicacies, as it were. It's up to you.
City of Twilight it is then. So. Yes, but we'll explore, meander around, and see what's there.
Okay.
What do I find, Moo?
The local tourist attractions.
There are several things that catch your eye. At the center of the town lies a grand oak tree, long dead and petrified. It is worshipped at its base, where you can see what appears to be a priestly-like figure with a double-handled blade carving the bark, revealing this pearlescent petrified wood behind. Around this area, you can see several buildings of note. Very Gothic architecture tavern known as the Boneyard. You can see several living and non-living beings walking in and out, drinking beverages that appear to just writhe and foam willingly. Around, you also find a few storefronts, some perhaps not to your taste, but perhaps might show some interesting things. I got distracted, sorry. The wire's going all fucky.
He found something interesting.
ADHD brain at work.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, monkey.
Oh, my fucking nightmare. Why?
Someone
Moo, tell
just sent
Joe to
me-
buy you a fidget spinner. It's alright, you're in that age group.
Fuck that. I'm a grown-ass man. I pay my taxes.
Someone sent him a dick pic, that's why he's distracted.
Yeah, fuck it. I fucked it. The wire has somehow tangled itself. Like a slinky. How the fucking fuck did I fucking do that? Yeah, bastard. Fixed it! You spot a 2-story building. Also of this dark Gothic architecture and these grand stained windows. At the foot of this crooked, worn stone steps that lead to the front door, you see what appears to be an adventurer. Not too dissimilar from yourself, of half-orc nature, but has this very deep purplish-grey skin and eyes that are dark around the sclera. Their eyes burn purple as they look at you. Perhaps one of the limbo people, but maybe not. They seem gruff, well battle-worn, not too willing to let people in. Other places, you do spot a few market accoutrements, small stalls that peddle in bizarre-looking root vegetables and spices. A few that seem to peddle reclaimed goods, shall say.
Right, reclaimed goods. Well, it's probably the first time Spitz has been at a black market. Okay, I can get a little information about the, I guess the weird, as the weird roots and spices.
Sure.
Essentially, spitful-like approach, I guess, the stalls.
Sure.
So, check out the roots. Smell them, look at them. He'll purchase. You don't need to give me like all the details now, but he'll pick up he'll purchase like some of the ones that catches on ice. I want to make sure. Now, obviously, I want to make sure they're not poison or anything like that.
Yeah.
Are they just like weird medicine or poison, or are they like just vegetables that people just eat?
They are a sort of mix of just roots like ginger. Some are like a weird ginseng-looking root that smells of truffles. It's called umbe, which is, if I'm not mistaken, is the native Orcish term for it. It just means the closed fingers, because it looks like fingers are sort of clenched up.
Yeah.
A mushroom. I'm just typing them out. It's used for cooking. There is a sort of crystalline covered, not like a root, more like looks like a potato. That's the best way I could describe it. There's no other. It's a root vegetable, yeah. It is called Carrag, and it is a potato-esque plant. There's a sweet powder can act as a substitute. That's the two main weird looking ones. Basically like a sugar beet. It's the karag.
Okay, how expensive are the two vegetables?
They're relatively inexpensive. They're about 4 copper for like a decent like pound of them. Commonly grown.
Alright. Well, I'll get it. Guess what I'll do. I'll spend 8 silvers total. Give 8 silvers total for about 10 pounds of umbe and 10 pounds of karag. Because you see, I'll hand the umbe off to the Throg, see what he can do with it. Yep. And for the karag, I want to try using it. I want to essentially try. You know how like an important part of like rum is sugar.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if using karag could create an interesting rum. I got a barrel for it. So I'll pick up 2 pounds. So pick up basically that stuff and just stick it in the portable bowl.
And that's another weird one. Zygel's tongue.
I'll turn to chili peppers. Okay, 4 more. In case, another 4 silver for that. Also hand it to Throg.
Yeah.
Nothing else. I get to see how many of our recruits die of Zegale poisoning.
I mean, yeah. They'll probably be like betting on each other, like who can handle the most and just eating them. Like, yeah, if you eat too many, you're gonna die. Just given like a big Hessian sack of Zygle tongue, big potato sacks of the karag, and then sort of a small bag of umbe just to get you started. I don't know.
I thought karag was the
the potato.
It's a potato crystal thing. Yeah.
Big potato sack full of karag. And then umbe got a relatively small bag of it at the moment. They've got more later. You got cycle tongue puppers, boys? Frog creates jalapeno poppers by mistake.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Excellent. Because, yeah, essentially my plan is just to turn it into rum. Luckily, unlike, say, scotch or whiskey, rum does not take that long to brew and does not benefit that much from aging.
Nope. I'm just seeing if from the tree, if you can see a place that will very much interest you.
Alright.
Let me find the name of this place in my note. Google it. I'm at the wrong fucking. Yeah. There is what appears to just in the distance as you're picking up your herbs and spices, as it were. You see a hanging sign that attaches to this very narrow, tall building called the Hair of the Dog. Appears to be a vendor of fine smoking implements and fine beverages and spirits.
Alright. Vendors and spirit. Now we're talking. Yeah, Spitz will just head in, open the door. Who's the shopkeep?
I do not have a name for this person, but I can tell you they are a Dampier. I don't know if that's how the fuck you pronounce it. Half vampire. I do not have a name for them. But I'm sure I can whip one out of thin air in about 2 seconds. Where's my list of random names I've never used?
So this is the second. This is the second
Right.
child of vampire we encountered so far.
Lyric. Or Lyric. That's the name of the shop.
Lyric. Okay.
Very finely dressed. Sort of waistcoat and the pocket watch chain. Holding this long ass cigar that it's burnt halfway, but the ashes haven't fallen.
Stogie, like, what can I get for you? That kind of thing.
Kind of, yeah. Very slick back hair. You can see like a silvery streak starting to appear. Very vampire-esque in features. Looks like a stereotype almost. Long, pointy goatee, very long mustache. It's very well kept.
Oh, I'll buy liquor from Dracula.
Essentially, yeah. And they're sort of just sitting, relaxing, chatting to another customer who seems very happy with this very ornate bottle of something they have purchased. And they walk past you. You can see the sort of faded look in their eyes as they've clearly been charmed into buying this item. And just sort of looks at you, takes a long draw. So, what brings you to the Hair of the Dog?
I'm just checking out your establishment. Got an interest in, well, exotic drinks myself. So, what you got here that's a little unusual?
You, I think. Haven't seen you around, but I'm sure I'll find something unusual for you. What would you prefer, something sweet or something dry?
Yeah, I'm more of a dragon myself, but I like to have a wide palate, so either is good.
Very well, and just stubs out the cigar on what looks to be like a hollowed out skull as an ashtray, and you can see the embers rolling out the mouth. And just floats on up to this case at the top shelf. He pulls out a stone bottle. Just floats down, places it in front of you. It's maybe the size of this.
Size of your water stein, huh?
Mm.
Well, Russian water anyway.
Aye. But yeah.
You mean Volga water?
Pencil juice.
Yeah, Blue doesn't drink water. That's vodka. Blue doesn't have blood. He just has an alcohol stream.
I have
with blood in
alcohol.
it.
I don't have an O2 saturation. I have an oh shit saturation.
Moonshine, motherfucker.
Someone lights me on fire. I cast Fireball 9th level. But yeah, you have this relatively finely carved stone bottle. It's polished.
I'll check out the label.
The label has no name on it. It has the date it was made, which is approximately, it is 200 years old. Has the name of who made, like the distillery that made it, which is a local one. Where is it? The Midnight Grove Brewery. And it is one of the, it has like the batch number sort of chiseled into the base. Very small batch number, surprisingly. It's 200.
Alright. Does it have a name, or am I just supposed to ask him what it is?
It is a local gin brewed from moonlight-kissed berries. Some say that they used to start the process by crying a single teardrop into the vat and let the miracle happen. The distillery is now silent, doesn't make anything anymore. But that is one of the last bottles you can ever get your hands on. Very mild, quite flavorful in terms of its spices. I've had the honor of making a bottle myself. Long time ago now.
Question is, what are you asking for it then?
How much is it worth to you?
Alright. This calls for a what is it worth this bits? Well, first, I want to see if he's feeding me a line of bullshit.
Sure, insight.
Ooh, trying to inside a vampire. This is gonna work out well.
Oof.
Ugh.
Sounds perfectly honest.
Yeah. Kind of checks out that, had the luxury of making a bottle himself and then the distillery's gone silent. I wonder why.
Probably just lost funding.
And,
Yeah.
and important juice from the people that make it.
Someone's been stealing the alcohol, got it.
But, yeah, as far as you can tell, it looks authentic. Even just, I'll just hand you a very small little tasting glass. Try before you buy.
I do try before I buy. That's
Pours a
fun.
little bit into the shot, downs the bottle. It's like, all right, I'll pay you gold for that shot.
Yeah, just put on a shot. Just how is it?
It's typically like a gin. It's got a very dry taste, but there is a lot of spices you wouldn't expect. There's like this sort of aniseedy note, a bit of rosemary, and then this I can't quite describe it properly. It's like a sour berry sort of note that sort of lingers on the tongue as it just sort of slowly disappears. But it is refreshing.
So a bit of a celebration drink then.
A little taste of history.
Indeed it is. I'll give you 25 plat for it.
25 platinum pieces. I think that is amicable. And just writes out a receipt.
I 100%. I had to play up the natural one. I'm 100% sure I got scammed.
You're actually almost there. You're actually kind of close. It's actually 225. You're overspending, but you're very close.
Hey.
Yeah, and just hands you a receipt and holds out his very cold, bony hand.
Sharp shaking, just.
Yeah, one hand looks like it's trying to shake. The other hand is open for a coin purse.
Oh yeah, obviously, it's like I know the deal. Just yeah.
Pleasure. Grabs a new cigar, cuts it. Right.
Yeah, with that purchase, he could afford 10 more of those, no doubt. Or like 1,000 more of those. Do any other bottles catch my eye while I'm there, Moo?
There are a few. Quite a lot of the ones in the upper shelves are very distinct. There's a few bottles made of what appears to be dragon glass. There's
no way I can afford that.
There's a bottle that appears to be sort of condensating the air around it in this frostiness. A few standard-looking bottles at your sort of eye level. A couple of them like rums and tequilas. And there is...
So agave plants exist in Urathon. Nice.
Yeah. There is a very viscous liquid in a... almost looks like a mason jar. Just sort of sitting there.
Yeah, from what I could get from the way that the shelves are organized, I take it he keeps, life with like super expensive, moderate, and goes down, etc.
Yeah, so
you do that?
The most expensive stuff's up the top, and then it works its way down, and you get like the bottom of the barrel stuff at the bottom.
Obviously. Okay, I want you to. Are there any balls that catch my eye that were on the same level as the stone one I just bought?
Let me see. One of the top shelf ones. I got to roll for the description. That's lovely. And it uses the filter. There we go. Okay. Okay. So what appears to look like a standard wine bottle, very tall, very long neck, seems to be carved and made out of gold dragon scales, with this dwarvish etching through it. Very straight lines and squared off edges.
Now what's that one? He'll point at that bottle.
So floats on up, takes it down, places it for you. This is very rare find. It sort of happened to me in the trade during, well, not a trade, more of a gamble. I like a game of poker now and then. Sadly, they lost a lot. This is a bottle from an ancient Dwarog civilization. It is a dwarvish spirit that the name eludes me, but if I was to describe it, I would describe it as dragon salted rum.
You know what? Let's see if this knows what dragon salt is.
Sure.
What, Arcana?
It's an intelligence arcana check.
Here we go. Spitz has no idea what dragon salt is.
Ah, it sounds
Whoa.
tasty though.
That's 2 nat ones in a row, boys. You know what? I'm getting all the bad rolls out now. Spitz has no idea what dragon salt is.
What I will do, I will let you try before you buy and uncorks this ivory stopper. It seems to be made out of a dragon's tooth.
Fancy.
And it pours out this dark red rum. And just places it in front of you.
What do we got?
Sweet, salty, fiery. Lots of sort of vanilla notes, and then it rolls into like a cinnamon, and then it's like this sort of chilly heat. And then it just washes down. You get that sort of minty breath, inhale, feeling that coldness. Very pleasant, very smooth, and a very strange experience on the tongue. But nonetheless, it does feel like it's making you a little bit drunk.
Whoa.
It is a magic rum.
It's like, that's pretty damn good.
Indeed.
I'll give it 25 plat for this bottle too.
$265 gold.
That's fine. So, 265 gold. It's worth it.
Yep. Just takes your receipt back and writes on an extra one. Scores it out. Pleasure.
Pleasure indeed. Spitz will pack away his 2 very expensive liquors, give the man a wave, and walk out. Let's see.
I would just put him under as that.
Yep, moon touched gin, dragon salted rum.
Yeah. Okay. Anything Swarm wants to do?
Swarm's just gonna probably be in the tavern.
Sure. Specialties on today.
Oh, actually, Moot, before I forget,
Yes.
does the city happen to have does the city happen to have exotic wood with a with someone who knows how to make barrels? Because you know how like exotic, like like barrels made out of exotic wood.
All I heard was yeehaw, like yeah.
I'm asking because like rum and bourbon and such get their flavor from the wood that they're aged in.
Yeah.
So I want to see if there's something that could produce an interesting or unusual, interesting flavor here in town before I meet up with Swarm again.
There are a few sort of woodworker areas. One is just nearby the petrified tree. Doesn't have a name. Just it's the mill really. And they appear to have standard looking wood. Some of it looks like aged and worn. Might have come from the curse wood itself. Some of it appears to be made out of the old oak that sits in the center of town. It's got that strange crystalline pearlescence to it. They have almost ghost white wood. A couple other standard looking ones, some driftwood colored woods as well.
Yeah, I'll approach in and guess I'll talk to the proprietors, whoever's on hand for like taking orders and shit.
With the woodworkers, there will be an alive human. Interesting. This sort of spot you. What I'll do you for, sir?
Alright, here's a question. Do you know how to make barrels?
Mostly what we do, yeah.
Alright, because I'm a bit of a brewer myself. Been working on my own operation. Mostly filling things out, but so I wanna see if I could produce some stranger flavors with barrels made from the wood of the cursed wood. As you may or may not know, most spirits get their flavor from the barrel in which they're aged. That's why I use like different woods for different kinds of drinks and such. So I want to see if I can make something that might be unique from the wood found in this area.
Sounds reasonable. How big a barrel are you needing?
I imagine Spitz knows about the standard size for a whiskey barrel, so about yay high. Spitz is like 6'1", so like the barrels will be about like rib height to him, I think.
Right, so you want like a buttload worth.
That's right, buttload is one barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much space do I have in my cellar before we get the real one built? Could I fit like
3 like big barrels, but that's about it.
3 of them will do nicely. And I want each one to be something different that's native to the cursed wood.
I was gonna say, man, do one of each.
I appreciate that.
All right.
You think about your customers at a time, and I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
So, all right, come back in about 2 hours. We'll have it done.
All right. How much for it all?
Just sort of looks around at the other workers who are definitely not alive. They don't really need the money, but I do. Need to survive. Cost of labor, time, material, taxation. Forgot about that. It'd be running about. What's that? Be about 10 gold.
All right. Spitz hands him scissors to his pocket. Into the tiny bag. Pulls out 10 gold.
Thank you kindly. Get it ready for you.
That'll do business.
50. Just trying to make a fucking mountain out of the molehill, so to speak.
That representation really boosts the price.
I'd have walked right up then. Never mind.
Yeah.
Esther's will then, they'll head out. So go meet up with Swarm again.
The Swarm, in case you're interested, the specialty of the boneyard at the moment is called the deviled finger cocktail.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is a petrified, pickled witch's finger that sits in the cocktail glass like a martini.
Oh yeah.
With the umbrella sticking out the broken off end.
I got 5 of those.
You're just...
Pretty much.
Swarm's just gonna be blitzed.
If you're having 5
You don't gotta steer the boat.
Yeah, dude.
Oh.
Shit. Mom. If you're drinking 5 of them, then fucking make me a con save.
Wait, these are magic? Shit.
Yes. It has a witch finger in it. Yeah, you're fine. It's tickling the sides a little bit, but you're not disorientated. You're there. You're in the tipsy zone.
I mean, after that fucking shamanic medicine, I don't think a little bit of alcohol is gonna get me.
You're not supposed to drink on top of the medicine. Why? You just come out, you got like facial hair, like ah!
It only said something about operating machinery.
These drinks don't got enough kick in it. I'm gonna add a little bit of my extra secret medicine to it. A couple drops per should be good.
Just scooping it out with the fingers.
Just let the fingers ferment in there for a couple of minutes and just pour it in the drink.
Swarm, going to pull finger. Pulls finger out of the martini glass. It farts. You get shit scared. Yeah. Spitz, you encounter Swarm at a table with strange martini glasses with crooked witch fingers stuck inside, all empty.
Yeah, it's supposed to look down and say.
Yep. Swarm's like sucking on one of the witch fingers.
Alright, wait, those are the fingers of literal witches.
How? Just name witch fingers. Tastes good. I'll hold one to you.
Yeah, it's an actual like finger from an anise hag.
Yeah, this looks like I'm saying. I think I'll pass this evening, but how many witches did y'all kill to get that many? I'll turn to a bartender. Seriously, how many witches did y'all kill to make this drink work?
Who is the barkeep actually of the dog? Desire is the name of the tiefling female barkeep. And she just sort of...
Okay, I gotta know. Her name's Desire, she's a tiefling. Is she hot?
No.
So it's ironic, it's even better.
Yeah, you know like the ugly stepsister from Shrek? That. A tiefling. Had to clear out the forest, didn't we?
Fair enough.
Alright. Desire to turn around and run.
Yeah, he got a voice like the secretary from Monsters Inc.
Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching.
I approve.
Oh, that's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, Spirits will take a seat. Yeah, best you can take care of. I did some shopping. And we lost the
He was drunk. He said, "I'm out."
There we go.
Please, move
Fucking
on to
Discord been dying since the start of the session.
I say, I want you to give up on us now. I mean, Boo's not even done his water yet. How shit is that?
Oh. Please, this isn't alcohol. I'm frugal with water because it's very rare I drink it. Ever clear? Yeah. I'm just drinking some raisin nephews just straight from the fucking stein. Some weird looking absinthe, isn't it? It's fucking Meduri Lounge. Stein of Moons. Routine.
Oh, that's perfect. But yeah, Swiss will turn into a swarm. And if you want to take care of over here, or you want to go back and you want to head back before the ferrymen fuck off.
No, Swarm already finished business. Swarm just visiting tavern for Swarm not have much time visit when Swarm live here. Very occasion thing.
Fair enough. Anything that you wanted to do or see here before we leave? Although for the record, we got about 2 hours to spare. Got a few guys making barrels for me. So we're gonna find out if the curse wood will make any interesting drinks. Well, I admit that'd be quite the selling point there. I'll just workshop some names later on.
Swarm already see home village. Since Spits have to wait 2 hours, Swarm sit here and get more of these drinks.
How's your tab looking?
Swarm just shrugs.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how hot is the barkeep? That's how you can tell how drunk you are. Like, I think a 10. I think it's time for you to leave.
Now, if it's a 10, it's bedtime for you to leave. If it's a 5, you should start looking at the door.
It's a hot ass door.
That door's kind of cute tonight.
Things I do to that letterbox.
Got a sex drive with a claptrap.
Wow, wow, wow.
Is that spring loaded? Oh, I like a challenge.
You can lock me any day, baby.
Get stuck in, like, oh, I don't want to let go, do you?
Yeah, Desire signs his appointment as her front door gets more action than she does.
First class postage, I see. God.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, Spence will sit back, will lean back, and will say, just saying something in the future. Doesn't matter how rich you are. First thing you want to do is ask how much the damn drinks are. One of the boys back in the day got a huge bonus from the boss. Walked out with like 1,000 gold payday, flashing cash like a madman. I wanted to kick his ass to take his money, but he was part of the gang, so he didn't do that shit. So he rolled up into the nice side of town, got himself a few girls, and started, buying the fancy special drinks and shit, right? He did not ask what the price was because he thought, I can afford it, whatever. He ended up 100 golden debt. Let's just say he had to borrow some money from the boss, and about a month later, I never saw his ass again. Always ask what the damn drinks are for. And remember, it's entirely messed up how half of Spitz's stories involve somebody going missing for making one bad decision.
That's just
No.
an ear, baby.
An ear sucks. You can't. Here's the thing, and it's not sick to learn from your own mistakes. You should learn from other people's. That's Spitz will turn to Desire. Yeah, Desire. How much is a special anyway?
1 gold for 2, love.
Fuck it. I'll get one.
I know you would.
Swarm will raise one of the glasses. 5 more.
I've only got so many hands. Just brings up a decapitated hand, just snaps a finger off. Only got so many. I've got 5 more fingers on this one. Alright.
If need more fingers, Swarm have fingers. I'll pull out my pouch.
Got a certain flavour profile I'm quite keen to keep. I just sort of dunks at the stump of the hand back in a barrel. It'll grow back later. And just goes to making this weird concoction.
Logically speaking, hags are not humans or orcs, so this technically is not cannibalism.
Nope.
Yet.
Just sort of slide 6 of these weird martini glasses across the bar. Come get him.
Spitz will just put his gold on the counter and then just grab his martini.
Ooh, extra flavor.
All the flavors in the finger.
Oh, so I got 2 of these fuckers.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's happy hour. You get 2 drinks.
Yeah, Spitz will just,
Yeah,
run them away.
yeah, they're not pleasant. They're there to get you drunk. That's all they're for.
Yeah, swarm like with the first 5, double fisting them.
Look.
I mean, they're just small martini glasses, or not.
Swarm,
not much
Abel.
fun.
Swarm, shotgun, martini. Glass and cheese.
Yeah, when Spitz finishes his drinks, well, better than Gertie's ale. And he'll just slide the glasses to Swarm. So Swarm can eat the finger, I guess.
Yeah, when you're sliding them over, you can see the swarm's eyes like shoot over to the glasses.
You promise. Sweat.
Fucking hate his videos so much.
I love them. They're so good. You promise. Yeah, I pissed the bed. You promise? Yeah. That's a situation you're basically
Yeah, I've been waiting for this.
using as a fucking straw. Yeah. Extra flavor. The marrow make it crunchy. Yeah, you spend the
Another
next-
con save, I guess.
Yeah, if you're drinking 5 of them. Yeah, you're feeling it. You're feeling it. Your body's starting to wibble and wobble a bit.
Alright, this is important test now, Swarm. I want you to look at the barkeep. How's she look out of 10?
Let's see.
D10, let's figure it out. You're alright.
Yeah,
Alright.
still not swarm type.
Alright, you might be fine.
I was gonna say 5 more.
Barkeep! Another. Lenny! Ryan Lenny!
At that point, she needs somebody to go out and find a hacker so she can keep this going.
She just dunks the broken hands in a bottle of regenerating liquid stuff, essentially, and just regrows them.
That sounds incredibly expensive, but that's also incredibly impressive. That is good engineering. Kind of like the first goblin to figure out how to make Hydra steaks.
Yeah, you spend the next couple of hours drinking this weird concoction.
I imagine by the time Swarm gives Desire too long a look, Spitz knows it's time to leave.
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half in. You're like, yeah, let's go.
It's like
Swarm is just, as you're dragging him away, just like quickly pocketing the fingers.
Pretty much, yeah.
Spitz is like, okay, you're looking at that bartender for way too long now, buddy. Let's get you out of here.
Bartender at fingies.
I like that image of the guy with like fucking hot dogs in his mouth. It's just
I just
fingers.
realized Swarm really likes a woman's hands, huh?
The hand model.
Got that, that Yoshikaru. I lost the track already. He's got that, Yoshikage Kira look going on like, oh, she has nice fingers. I'm like, alright, buddy, time for you to go.
Only time Swarm feel touch of a woman.
From the inside.
Finger but hole.
What you thought was a longing look at the bartender was a longing longing look at the
Yeah,
bartender's
pretty much.
barrel of fingers. He's ready to fuck that barrel.
Alright, let's get you out. Let's go pick up my barrels and go get the ferryman. Yeah, it's been like 2 hours. The swarm is drunk enough to yep, time to go. A moment of silence for desire. Her name was painfully ironic.
Dude, she's a bartender. She still gets a lot of action.
Sometimes too much.
Does she, though?
Well, she's serving magical liquor. I imagine. And it's pretty cheap
I
liquor,
imagine
too.
someone who's good and drunk enough. That checks.
Yeah, we're just 5 small martini glasses will fuck up somebody with poison immunity.
Mm-hmm.
True. He ain't got that. Oh. She only needs like 2 or 1 or 2, and you're just blitzed.
There you go. That's the 3 barrels you get. Wraithwood, Witchwood, Cursewood.
Nice. Let me just add that to like my little supply here.
The Wraithwood is the pale white oak. The Witchwood's the petrified oak, and Cursewood is the dark, sort of almost black, browny color, like black and steel, that sort of reddish brown. Yeah.
Blood butter barrels. Love it.
But,
Yeah, but better be some blood butter.
So Wraithwood is white. What color is Witchwood?
it's like almost like greeny blue, like a turquoisey. Looks like gems, like if you cut through a geode and it's like rippled. Just petrified wood.
And Cursewood is black.
It's like a blackish red, yeah. Very dark red.
Oh, it's like a dark red, like blood.
Yeah, very dark red. It almost looks black. It's super deep. Yeah.
Okay. I should try making blood butter in the Cursewood barrel then.
Taste of hope.
Yes, cursed blood butter.
Add fingies.
Yeah, put some witch fingers in there.
Maybe
You ate them all.
I'll find and kill some witches and get some more. I don't give a shit.
Time to go egg hunting, baby.
Listen, he's trying to make blood butter, not blood stew.
The lyrics of Dragula just came to mind. But,
I
yeah,
also have 1 regular bourbon barrel and 1 wine barrel, but that wine barrel is going to be occupied until I guess I'll crack it open on Spitz's next birthday after this one. So when he's 19, I'll crack it open then.
yeah, you return to the Duchess, and the crew seems to have, resupplied themselves with bits and pieces, and practically ready to leave, just waiting on you two.
I wouldn't keep you too long.
Relatively.
It was important. We got a lot of important things done. I got a few new things to try back at base. And apparently they serve drinks with witches' fingers in them around here.
I know.
Yeah, and I don't want to say this while she was there, but those drinks were terrible.
When you're dead, you don't really taste much, though.
Meanwhile, Swarm's standing right behind Spit, still chewing on one of the fingers.
Just
Yeah. I got a 1 for 2. He bought 10.
if there is a god, he is dead then. The sea is very choppy, I will warn you. Alright, let's get you back. I'll drop you off a little closer to home, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Still gotta make my way back.
Okay. Mm,
Alright, let's just get in.
side. Gonna drop you off. Where will they drop you? Oh, they'll drop you off at Icehold. Why not? That is 1, 2. Just about 2 days' travel. I need to roll 4 encounters. 7. Okay, no encounter. 1 encounter at the end of the first day, and 1 encounter at the end of the second. Not bad. Are they hostile, though? That's the question. That bodes the question.
There be pirates in these here waters.
They got balls of the can do that. Let's see.
And hey, they got ball. Hey, they got real balls. They're willing to fuck with steel blood. Let's do this.
Okay. Ow. Okay. Okay. One of you roll me a d100, and the other one roll a d100. Both of you roll. 17.
Hey.
17, 18. That's rare.
17, 18. Past the see it. Afternoon. Okay, and also in the afternoon. Okay, so that's fine. Where is the number? Where is number 17? As you sail by, making your way towards Icehold, on the first day, you can see the township of Shore Edge gliding by as you go across the relatively calm waters. You see something protruding through the waves. It appears to be maybe a stone temple, worn, battered, weathered by endless storms. Why would something like that be out here? In a place very far from the shoreline. Maybe 5 miles from the shore. You can see what appears to be a crumbled statue of maybe a deity that once stood proud at the top, now crumbled away. That is the first day.
Probably need religion to make out which deity it is, right?
There's a lot of things you could do here. It could be a religion check. It could be a history check. It could be nature. It could be arcana. It could be a couple of those skills. Survival is also there as well. It'd be intelligent survival.
Let's see.
Oh boy, I'm good at none of those things.
I'll do intelligent survival.
As you kind of recover from your drunken stupor, as you suck on a witch's finger, you come to like a moment of clarity. Like the drunkenness clears and the fog rolls away from your mind. And the touch of the magic of the witch, long gone, pings information in your mind as you look around your surroundings. You sort of realize you're floating above what might have been a city, maybe a town, now long under the water. What happened? You don't know. But you've had rumors in, a bit of history from your people and the areas you have explored, that the Isle of Kagara was once a large piece of an even larger land, broken apart during a catastrophic event. Perhaps this thing in the water was once a part of it. If there's people down there, you don't know.
Alright, so nothing of major significance, just like a city marker.
Essentially, yeah. It's probably the remnants of a very old civilization
Yeah.
that's just sunk under the water.
Okay.
Well, the rest of your day was relatively undisturbed. As you make your way into the ports of Icehold, this large fortified village that sits amongst a copse of tundral trees, the icy walls reflecting the very low-hanging sunlight as you approach in the afternoon and dock, guided off with some additional supplies that the ferrymen don't need, and a way to contact them, just in case. As they inscribe a symbol into your sending stones.
So essentially, time gives me her digits. Got it.
Yeah. You basically get it's the I don't remember if there was a certain design for these stones. But I'll figure it out real quick. We'll do we'll roll to see. Roll me a d12. We'll see what sort of design of these etchings is.
6.
6. I've rolled fucking way past it. There we go. It seems to have the stones themselves appear to be maybe Vethka in nature in terms of the stylings. Jots a very rough, strange-looking rune into the side of it. Perhaps the symbol for fairy. Makes sense. But as you walk down the pier into the bustling fortress town, let's see what this will do. This is a hostile encounter.
Hell yeah.
Potentially hostile, I should say. As the two of you are accosted by 3 drunken sailors. And Hum and Bemming. Kenku. And Tabaxi. Great. Very strange team. We've got Tom and Jerry and some dumbass that's joined in.
If we had any dog people here, we could have got a Spike.
Is the Kenku a parrot? Oh, that is the wrong dice.
Please be a parrot. Please be a parrot.
They are an African grey parrot.
Yes!
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's not Toucan Sam, but I'll accept that.
Okay. And they sort of just stumble up to you, rum splashing out of their bottles as they just sort of stop you at the pier, like blocking it off. You've never seen a drunk Kenku before in your life, and it's weird. Kind of like sort of shrinks into its own body, the head buckling. And am I gonna do a Khajiit voice for a drunk Tabaxi? Fuck it, I will. You'll pay ransom to get across pier.
Yeah. Spitz will put his hand on this Tabaxi's shoulder He'll start to squeeze. He'll look at me and he'll say, "Now you don't charge ransoms to friends, now do you?"
Roll me a persuasion
get-
check.
No, this is intimidation. I'm like
Okay.
bodily grabbing him, looking me in the eyes. I say this. The
Okay.
implication is, you fight me on this, I will hurt you.
Like thumb nicely in the pressure point right there.
Well, you're lucky.
Yeah, pretty much.
DC is super easy because I rolled real bad.
Oh, I rolled a 3. What the hell?
They just sort of look at you. Yes, I do seem to recognize you. You are familiar. Just hands you the bottle, like press it against your chest, and just goes, leave them alone. And they just stumble away. The Kenku falls into the water and starts splashing aggressively. And they rolled a nat 1. So now you have a half-drunken bottle of pretty poor rum. Just Navy rum.
Yeah, Spitz will just...
Easy as. Easy to take care of drunk people. Could have gone worse.
Oh yeah, they could have got belligerent.
Yeah.
And then they would learn what all these patches on my jacket mean.
This one was because it set up camp real good. I helped the community.
This one's because I learned how to tie a knot.
Oh, I got just put out like I got this one from taking down champion. Got this one for beating up a brute twice as large as your mother, which is a feat in and of itself. And this one I got. Well, cracky knuckles. You're gonna find out. Bah!
Hold this for me. But yeah, you make your way into the township.
The Kenku is drowning in the water.
No, they're just drunk and like splashing around because they don't like water. The two others are like drunkenly trying to help them out, but they both fall in as well. It's like, rah.
It's like water that's like a foot deep.
It
but they
is.
think they're drowning.
Well, yeah, Kenku are only 2 feet tall, so
That checks out.
it's like at the shore, like, I'm dying, I can't die. And then
Just fucking stand up, dude.
there's like a kid just running by with like a fucking pool noodles.
Spitz just looks down at them. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you can easily acquire mounts to take you to Dragon Glen or to Dragon's Crest or back home from this place.
The horses we had are gone.
The horses you have are now at the stables in Usul's Pier.
Because that's where we rented them from.
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta, get some horses. Ride back faster. Still got 2 more weeks before Ethan gets down. That being said, Spitz will roast the shit out of him when he gets back. This is gonna be great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You return.
The Castle River Watch still holds. Barely.
Barely. It's a stalemate at this point. Yeah. You return pretty much safely. Yeah, no encounter. End of the day, no encounter. Yeah. As you ride off. Anything else that you want to do before I move on?
Oh yeah. I don't want to drag this out too much further, but essentially once we get back, everything's all put to paid. Fritz is going to do 2 things. Number 1, he's going to head down. Oh, first we'll hand the weird ingredients off to Throg.
Right. So what
Yeah,
I can
just
do.
a heads up. The peppers, they're poison. If consumed in too large an amount, so be careful with those. Otherwise, some of the spice with the cooking, I guess. So, see what you can do with them. And I gotta go do some testing. Turns out well, I'll give you a ball the first batch.
Alright.
And Spitz will head down. like basically widen his portable hole, pull out the barrels, pull out some books for some reference material. He's going to essentially take the potato sugars, mash and pulp them until they're about in like a molasses-like consistency, which will probably take a couple of hours. And once they're in that like sugary state, essentially turn them into rum.
You may Bruce.
I will make, I'll make a check, one for each kind of barrel.
Okay.
Because I want to see how different they turn out after I let them age in there for about 2 months.
Okay. Or ingredients for malts.
Okay. All right, for the Wraithwood, that's a nat 20. I'll write this down. Okay. Next one is for the yes. The other wood. The witch wood. $11. Nice, good. And for the very last one, the curse wood. $15. So exceptional, below average, below average.
Bap.
And these things are made with, well, potato sugar. Let me make sure that's right. They like the potato, right?
Yeah.
So, potato sugar.
Okay.
Oh, it's the Wraithwood one's gonna turn out good. Or it'd be like ghostly and stuff.
Potato, boil them, ash them, stick them in a stew.
Stick him in a barrel.
Alright, just one last question. But he was still alive. Actually, this might be more a question for Kenny.
Yeah.
When Henry was still alive, when would he do his prayers?
Morning and night.
Okay, just before like I head to bed and end my activities for the day, I will get some of the fancy dwarven fire wine. Get a cup. Well, get a glass, a shot glass. Fill it up. And this will say, "Oh, brother, you're always curious about your dwarvish history, so here, have an offering." Not sure this is how it works, but a prayer to hell, may this offering reach my brother. Thank you. And he'll close and lock the door, leaving the shot glass behind. And that'll be it for me.
Okay. Okay. I know what Coronar and Rauno are doing for their weeks. Something else has come to mind.
No.
Silence. It's a no.
Some people just happy training, man.
Oh, talking of training, you know what? I do want to work on that signature move,
Hmm.
but I'll take it too much of the scene as it is. I'll hold back.
Alex, you're gonna say something?
Yeah, thinking of investigating ways to kind of overcome the brainwashing,
Okay.
magical or otherwise.
Okay. Hmm. How would you approach that? In what way do you want to approach it first?
I mean, he'll have to gather information at first, I think.
Sure.
So probably just go to the Frozen Grove at first. Maybe even move it up to the castle if necessary.
Sure. Let me see. Frozen Grove. And here. Okay. So, you make your way to the Frozen Grove in search of information regarding Novarian brainwashing. Who do you look for?
He doesn't really know anyone that would be. He's mostly just looking for. Yeah, he's just asking around, basically.
Sure. Roll me persuasion. Yeah.
I'll re-roll it.
Okay. As well. Okay.
23.
Okay. As you ask around the tavern, there's a few individuals sort of pipe up. One appears to be an elven woman whose ears have been sort of trimmed, we'll say. Very heavily battle scarred in dense, chipped and worn armor. Sort of hears you speaking to a few people, and sort of beckons you over with a tilted nod.
Greetings.
Morrow to you. Why are you asking around about Novarian brainwashing?
In my line of work, I come across a lot of Novarians, and I have an interest of trying to undo their brainwashing, you see. Liberate them, if you will.
There's two ways to go about it. You can liberate their mind or liberate their head from their shoulders. Usually works either way.
Yeah, see, if you remove the head, the rest of the body is quite useless.
That's the point.
And it cannot make Novari's life worse.
I don't think he would care much about the little people. Maybe Praetor or one of his lapdogs, perhaps.
They're all worth trying to save, at least.
In some eyes, perhaps. To what end does it benefit you?
Well, we're at war with Novaria. If we can turn their might against itself.
You are hoping to turn the tide by harnessing the wall of corpses that come your way. Good idea, in theory. In practice, it will take you some time to crack even the least brainwashed amongst them. It takes, for example, we'll start light, we'll say a contubernia. To break at least one of them takes maybe a week, 2 weeks, most. Move to a centurion, it might take a month, maybe 3. A legionnaire, maybe half a year. A black cloak, well, you can never get rid of that. There's always going to be a lingering call to the Novarian cause. And a praetor, I couldn't say for certain. Very rare that I've encountered one.
See, that's the problem. It's what I want to change, you know? So I'm willing to put in some work, you know, trying to expedite the transition.
It's one way to put it. If you expedited it too much, you might cause mental shock. Cause them to become less of a person. Or they might die from the sudden change in life perspective. I've seen it drive people mad. Or some turn for the better, some turn for the worst. All you need to do, in my experience, is find the little thing that gives them hope from their previous life, and it might beckon them.
How about remodeling their entire mind?
It could take some time, little bit of extra care. There are some magi out there that are capable of such things. I have met a few. Only people that you probably could not easily break would be one of the Black Watch or a Praetor. They have, how do we say, bulkheads implanted into their mind to keep things like that at bay. Wear them down, you can keep going. The others, that would work a bit more efficiently.
Any of those names that you could perhaps partake, exchange? That you said you knew some mages?
I do. They are not in Kagara. They're in Novaria. A few resistance fighters. They call themselves the Open Eye Order. Very small, but could speak to a mage that is capable of manipulating the psyche. Perhaps a mage that could modify a memory or use a very potent version of a dispel magic. Or even a druid that could use dreams to pull out information, to guide them I can give you one name of someone nearby that could take care of it. Their name is Thomas. They work for the Royal Fix Society.
Oh, yeah. I have met him.
Charming fellow. Helped me out of a tough spot when I arrived here.
Well, should I send your regards?
Perhaps.
All right. I shall go and see if he has more to give me then.
What is your name, Mezer?
Ah, it's around Hewitt.
Rauno Hewitt. I'll remember that. I'm good with names and faces. I'm Kira of Lindarossa, ex-Black Watch member. Have a pleasant day, Rauno Hewitt.
May I ask, before I go, why or how did you change sides?
I never changed sides. I decided to not pick one. It is when... it was recent. I was deployed up north in the Isle of Midnight, looking for an object. The group leader, Kassir, went a bit overboard in subduing the locals. I decided to speak out against him, and I sort of saw my own life flash before my eyes as Novaris burned my village to the ground when I was young. So, it drew me back to reality in some way. But I've paid the price ever since.
Assume you are quite satisfied with Kassir's current abode.
I am very much aware that he is imprisoned. It is a perfect little place to keep him. Keep a dog in a box. Throw him into the river for all I care. And I will be there to watch him scream. Do I
Been a
have-
pleasure.
Yes, I hope I don't have to watch you scream too, Rauno Hewitt. Have a nice day, Mezer.
Not unless you have the intention of making me scream. No.
I have my ways. Sorry, gives you a weird wink.
That is the opposite of flirty. Or what's the word we're looking for? Thready?
A little bit of pleasure, a little bit of plain, a little bit of pain.
Plain.
You know?
Goes the airplane.
We're going to the fire elemental plane. Hell yeah. Where the real pleasure begins.
Welcome to the Taibal Brim
Goddamn.
Boudoir.
Chain me up, Sultan Daddy.
It would not surprise me if that's the kind of thing he's into too.
This is not a brothel, it is a boudoir. Look at the fine wenches in my finest attires. They make the bosom bigger.
But why? No, boudoir.
Boudoir. It's dwarvish. Yes, Rauno.
Yeah,
You
I'll
can-
head to the Fig Society.
Sure. Yeah, you're let in. Couple of last faces in, but you do see Thomas running around, sort of setting a table for the next batch of people that will arrive.
Thomas,
How we doing?
all right.
Yeah.
I just spoke with your. You know her, Kira.
Yeah. Peter Linda Rossa. I'm familiar.
Right.
Still a bit abrasive, threatening in a way.
Not sure if she was threatening me or flirting.
Yeah, I got that same experience too. We got rid of most of the bits that were sitting inside there, but no, it didn't get all of them.
We?
Never mind.
No, I am very curious.
Mm-hmm.
I am in the business as well, as it were.
Right.
So I'm asking if you could partake with, give me some of that insight that you might have.
I don't exactly have the experience per se, but my patron does. And they
Oh.
sort of make sure that I uphold an end of a bargain. Kind of used to that.
Right.
But yeah, I can give you a little insight if you want. Might get weird dreams for the first couple of days, but I'm sure it'll clear up. I hope. You might not be able to, fix Kira levels of minds, but it's a start.
Oh, yeah, no, start from the bottom.
Now we're here. Myself. Well, if you want it, he sort of pulls out his sword and snaps a piece of it off. Well, he just puts it in your hand. It's this dark, sort of purplish metal. Just give yourself a little jab before you go to sleep, and they'll come. Be careful, don't put it in like your back pocket or anything. You'll stab your ass and it's unpleasant.
You want me to cut myself?
Oh, just a little poke. Just like a pinprick.
Like a draw blood poke?
It's the only way to wake up the metal. I do it all the time.
Right.
Not here. Like, no, do it in your own room. You got nice clean sheets, I bet. But they're not gonna get messy. No, you do that. Your own space. I ain't having him coming down, bitching at me right now. I've got tables to set. I got doilies to put out. I got things to do. You can go to your bedroom, poke yourself, have a nice tea, and go to sleep. And you'll arrive. You'll be alright. Kind of weird looking, if I'm honest. Kind of scary looking. Yeah, that's a better term. Kind of scary looking. No?
And this is your patron?
The sword?
Or...
Yeah.
Well, alright. Anything you could tell me about this patron of yours?
It's a sword. And
Right.
it gives me powers that make me better to fight. Allows me to fire off magic. Gives me wings occasionally. Beyond that, doesn't say much. sort of just rolls up his long sleeve, and you see what appears to be the pact tattooed across his forearm. Kind of sends me messages on my body, and I have to sort of figure it out. Don't worry, he's not gonna touch you unless you make a pact with him, and then you're hitting a whole other level of just bad. Because you're, you're the inside magic type. You don't seem like the outside forcing magic into a bottle type. I never went to school, so I don't know exactly what a mage is. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. It's interesting that you basically don't know anything about your patron, except the physical attributes and
Yeah, that
workings.
kind of happens when you're a warlock. You kind of just sort of go, yeah, I kind of need to get better at something. Fuck it, let's just skip a few important steps, and lo and behold, here's a sword that can give me whatever I want in exchange for information. Bit and piece of me. That's all right. Doesn't exactly ask for like your soul. Just went, I want these bits of information. Want to know where this that was the book to start, and then it was, I want to find a dragon horde. Okay, cool, we'll find it. You're a diplomat. I'm sure you got plenty of information to share. I'm sure they'll be willing to hear and give you the means to stop laughing.
Yeah, that and your blood.
Just, the sword drinks a little blood now and then, it needs to wake up.
I'm sort. No. I have a similar thing, but it is not as antagonistic. Just mildly annoying at times.
Right. Well, why don't you introduce them? I'm sure they'll have a very fun time with the old.
I don't know about that.
I'm sure the sword will be okay. It'll have an okay time, and it's a sword. Causes any problems, it gets rid of the other problem. Okay.
See, I'm more afraid of the sword being a bad influence,
Nah, quiet. Likes to stick to himself most of the time. Unless whatever it is it's pulling your strings has a bit of a problem with the thing that pulls my strings, you're gonna be fine. I don't see any problem happening here. What happens, happens. The world is chaos.
Sure, but you don't have to invite it through your door every night.
Well, not every night. Sometimes morning, lunchtime. When I'm sitting in the bath and asks me to waken him. So fucking... Oh, that's a different kind of hex play, It's like, I'll just play it.
Awaken me, no, down.
All right.
Hey, if you have a bad experience, you just bring the little bitty back to me, and I'll just stick it back, and I'll find you someone else that can do the job. It's not hard. We'll see.
So, just so I understand it, your sword gave you the information how to reverse brainwash, or
not reverse brainwash. Manipulate memories. I can make you forget you even walked in the door if I wanted to. But you're a regular, so I, kind of need the business.
think it would be mildly annoying. I would probably just come back to you over and over again.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Asking the same question over and over.
I'll get used to it. It's improvisation, call it. But I highly doubt I'm gonna modify your memory here and now. But
Please don't.
nah. You don't have enough information on me to make you a threat. Otherwise, I've got Kira. She'll take care of it. She probably knows
Oh,
your
yeah,
name
sure.
by now.
Well, I gave it to her, so yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be alright. Sweet dreams. Just
Yeah.
goes back to setting the table. Sweet dreams, Mr. Roundup. You'll be alright.
Takes the piece and like wraps it in like a handkerchief.
Sure.
These fucking doilies.
You can hear the gems going, I don't like it. Why are you bringing another guy here? And the other one's like, yeah, I don't like. Why'd you have to bring more people into this?
Because I need the information.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
you're right. You're right. Ah, you
The
just
only
fireball
reason.
him. Kill everything. Do it. Do it now. He's trying to modify your memory. No. Don't fireball, please. Don't want to do
No.
it.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do anything like that. I'm just. This is such a bad idea.
Well, you did ask for help, and he's giving you it technically. You didn't ask for us. Lo and behold, here we are. Stuck in your gloves. Never escaping our voice. Yeah, it's kind of right. Left glove's kind of right. Well, he's not. I'm right. He's left. You want to modify his memory?
Sometimes I hate my life.
Just speak into your hands. I hate my life.
Wipes a tear. It's like, oh.
Ah, you sweet pain.
Stop, you're getting me wet.
Ah, yes, sweet tears.
Salty.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll go and poke himself back at the good old base.
Yeah, you just sort of prick the end of your finger. Bit sore, but not the worst. But the shard of the sword gets bigger. Goes from being like tiny, and then it goes boop.
That's a grower.
Maybe it's like a grower, not a shower. Yeah. Makes a new version of itself. We should do that. Make more of us. Make his life misery. It's a bit mean. Yeah, you
Never have children.
Yeah. You hold your finger, and by the time you go to sleep, you start feeling yourself sink into your duvet, just drift away, and you emerge in a foggy landscape where the mountains sort of coil over and hide the sky. You see small cracks through it. You can see the stars and the clouds warping by. And as the fog sort of rolls to the side, you see the ground is covered with this dark water. And at the maybe a couple of 100 meters in front of you is a pedestal with a sword sticking out and a flag that's tattered, flapping away in the non-existent wind.
Guess I'll approach the sword.
You get closer, the water seems to get deeper as you seem to be marching down. But it doesn't go past chest height. You wade sluggishly. As the water doesn't get deeper, it's thicker. And it's almost like crawling through cement by the time you reach. As you claw up and reach to get an answer, the banner stops flapping, and the sword melts away into this purplish fluid that gains form in the visage of a crowned skeleton. Kind of like High Lord Wolnir almost.
Mm-hmm.
Not massive, but this maybe just a little taller than Spitz and a little wider than, say, Throg. Just crawls down, you see its burning eyes. So you did come for me. Rao knows you it.
Yes, what's your name?
My name is lost to history. But I
Nice
was
to meet
once...
you, lost to history.
I was once a weapon bathed in armies of blood. I waged wars across the planes of existence. Yet you come here to ask me how to modify a mind. Is it for warfare?
I suppose I have the intention of turning brainwashed soldiers into allies.
Wonderful news. I do like to see the enemy flee to the others and become the next pool. Tell me, what will I gain in return for this power? I get a drink of water because it's hard to do that voice. Nobody badly.
Suppose it is good if you could enlighten me what you are interested in, as it were.
Information will do just fine. Memories of carnage, historical battles, remnants of armies, wonderful creations.
Not sure I have a whole lot of memories of carnage. I mean, I've seen some, like, freaky shit, but,
You fear it. You cower. The bony, ethereal hand reaches out and pulls you from the thick water onto the pedestal. And it seems to be getting a bit bigger. It seems to be drawing on something from you. I think your memory will do just fine for now.
yeah, see, I'd rather we have a transaction that is then finalized. There is no further transaction after that, unless there's a different bargain.
You come to me asking for a power, and I come to you and ask for a memory in return. You have seen the slumbering king awaken. Thousands die in a city. That I can feed on. And in exchange, you get a spell. What more could there be?
No, that sounds good. It's just that you said it was that this would be the transaction for now, like as if you were insinuating that there would be something more that you would ask of me later, and just wanted to make it clear that I'm okay with trading a memory for this power of yours, and that's that. It's just that one. That's that one thing.
I did not say that the end of the transaction would come from you. You are not my conduit to your world. A memory for a memory will be fine.
All right. Very well.
As soon as you say that, the bony hand reaches to your head, and you feel the memory of when Dural awoken in King's Vale and just seeing the mountain almost explode, crushing homes. You see the memory of you running away as you see Novarians marching and just being obliterated into a river of blood and metal. And it is drawn from you and it fades. But something else seeps in its place. That vacuous spot is filled with that purplish strangeness, this warring magic that is just placed into the pigeonhole. And you can add Modify Memory to your list. You can cast it once for short rest, as is the Warlock way.
All right. Ooh, 5th level. All right, cool stuff. He'll he'll probably hold on to the shard, but he's not gonna keep it on his person. He'll have it in his room.
If you want to know the actual name of the sword, Uldrevex. Yeah, you actually, as the vision fades, you're pulled below the thick water as you reemerge into the morning. A sort of sharpish pain in your head that ebbs away slowly, but there's almost like a fresh cut has been inscribed into your mind and something patched it up. You can feel that presence coming. Just holding some strings ready to trigger the spell. Yeah. You've now got the gift of Ultravex, of Modify Memory. See, Kenny, it's not that hard.
Look, I got choices, all right? I got multiple people that I gotta go through and comb for the best representation of Terry's Grand Gobble Shaman, soon to be King of the Beasts, and a title to rival that of the bitch to the south of us that we destroyed. Iron Queen, or whatever the fuck her name was.
Iron Queen is still better than Dancing.
Yeah.
Queen of the Bards, Abaddon. What is this irresistible dance you place on me, foul witch? Dancing Queen, reign supreme.
Only 17,000.
Foul witch.
Yeah, I guess he'll start modifying some memories.
Hey, can't remember the save for modify. I think it's intelligence. Is it?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Hey, who do you want to target first? That will determine if I roll with advantage or not.
Swarm.
He'll start small and try and,
So I'll do like Minos or something like that, like a centurion.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you just sort of walk up, and he's just sort of stringing a bow, and you seem to feel that like a pool in your head, and this crackling of purplish energies latches out and just pulls this wispiness, and it just vanishes.
Okay.
Minos is not too happy about it, but he forgot what he's unhappy about.
Yeah.
The hell are you doing?
Just looking,
I'll pull out my hair.
How are you doing? Have everything you need?
I don't know, I forgot. Yeah, just goes back to it. Ultravax is loving that shit.
Spicy memory.
Delicious memories. Yep. Yeah. I think, I don't know, only takes a d4 times to fully fix a person. It'll take one more attempt to fix Minos. Get him back to being a person. It takes 2d12 to break a legionnaire. Takes a d20 to break. Is it a d20 or is it 3d10 to break a Black Watch, and a d100 to break a Praetor? Pretty hard, but it does eventually work. Yeah,
You can roll a 1.
Yeah, yeah, like there, I just rolled 23 for a Black Watch. 23 days, let's keep going. Assuming they don't succeed. But yeah. You've now felt the presence of Ultravax as you pull on memories. And it seems to have succeeded this time. Yeah. Anything else you want to do?
don't think so.
All right, we need to get to the beefy boy now. Kenny, what the heck you want to do?
All right, we're on the edge of the summer court.
Yes.
Well, I think first things first, I'm gonna swing by Sir Lorcan's house and see if he is returned from whatever the duty is called of like standing watch at the transporter.
Gatekeeping?
Sure. Do you call that a gate?
Well, yeah, portal is just a gate to another place, isn't it? Gatekeep,
Eh,
gaslight,
semantics.
girl boss. Lorcan in a nutshell. Have at thee, I'm looking spiffing in my new dress. Have at thee.
I'm a material girl.
I do say, sir, I am a material girl. This is the painted bits of his gauntlet. Fake long nails.
Oh, I just read this post on Roll20, and that's terrible. Funny, but terrible.
King of the Yeast.
Now I just need someone that throws paintball.
King of the Yeats.
Exactly.
So, yeah, you easily spot Sir Lorcan. He's currently just sitting in a lounge chair out in his garden, just relaxing in normal clothes. You know, like this mustache guard pulled across his face, sipping
I've
on
never
a Chianti.
seen him in normal clothes. What does he look like in normal clothes? 'Cause last time he was armored up the whole time.
Yeah, he is in what just seems to be like a very simple sort of, cotton shirt, breeches, some thick cuffed leather boots, very short sleeves, so you can see like these massive scars that he's got across his body. Very hairy chest, you can see. But yeah, he looks relatively normal. His hair's let down. It's kind of like slightly shaggy, graying. He's just relaxing. Iced Chianti. Enjoying life. Sitting, watching the sun, smelling the flowers. Well, since you're here, yes. Just come in, good sir. Have a drink. Lady Laura and I, of course, as well.
Yeah, sure. No, I appreciate that. And Gibbs will, if there's another seat, he'll take it. If not, he'll just sit on the ground, grab a drink,
And
and
there's like a log stump sort of bench and whatnot. There's bits and pieces that you can sit on.
yeah, take a seat, and he'll hey, time's all weird when it comes to this, but you know, I told you I had a gift before, and I don't know if it'll match your tastes, but only one way to find out. I kind of like the stuff personally myself. You know, one of my favorites. And he'll reach into his bag and he'll pull out one of the medium bottles of dried venom, hand it over to him.
Puts his glass down gently.
Be careful if you try it. You know, it's pretty strong stuff.
I do have a party side, I'll say. And love it, sir. Here, have a bottle of wine in exchange. It's such a vintage gift for a gift, I suppose. It was good. You say I do have a bit of dry mouth right now. Could do with some cheese, maybe a bit of milk, but nothing wine won't solve. Just tell me, why are you back in the Feywild, Sir Gibbs? With Lady
Yeah,
Lorelei,
well,
of all people.
I mean, that just happened to be happenstance. Figured I'd ask for a guide. You know, last time I brought a guide as well. Well, you know, whole situation got complicated that whole thing, but you know, it seemed to have worked out for the better overall.
Would say Mr. Etarian has very Clouded reputation here in the Feywild.
It's better than it was.
Mildly. Sort of simmered a little bit.
But I come back because got a little bit more downtime. And when I was last investigating the Shaman King, last time I was here, I came across a tidbit, uh, specifically about his crown that he used to have, the one that was made out of dragon pieces.
Yes.
No, I was curious to find out more about it. I gestures to his glaive and the ring. Sort of been collecting the pieces they left behind.
Yes.
Interested in maybe getting my hands on that, and I heard a dragon had not liked what it was made out of, taking it, hidden it away, and I don't really know many dragons, but I mean, traveling through here, I hear Zakthros is a great guy. So I thought maybe I could get some information from him. Maybe he might know who has it or does have it. Eh, I sent a letter ahead of time. Come to think of it, I never did check to see if somebody actually took that job, but hopefully he got a letter letting him know that I might come and visit soon-ish.
Either way, Zakthros is a very brutish individual, I'd say. Likes his drink a little too much, likes to party a bit too much, even for my tastes. Even if he didn't know you were arriving, he would assume it was merely just a meet and greet. He holds a lot of fame in these parts as being one of the only dragons in the Summer Court. There's about 2 others that I'm aware of.
Yeah? Who are those two, if you don't mind me asking?
One of them's dead now. Got killed by some ruffians in Blackwater Fort. Well, I think. Told they might have been from Blackwater Fort. But, they were named Usaluk. But the last one, if I pull up my notes, cold. Don't refresh, you asshole. Did I accidentally name a dragon after a planet in Star Wars? Maybe I did. Go by the name of Dathomir. I'm sure Dathomir is a place in Star Wars. I think.
I don't know, it doesn't ring a bell.
Sounds very familiar. Isn't that where, like, fucking Darth Maul's from? Dathomir?
Couldn't tell you.
What are you looking up?
Yeah. Dathomir, nicknamed the Rancor planet.
Oh, there we go. You know what?
Rancor
Home of
planet.
did you play Star Wars the Fallen Order recently?
Yeah, I played Jedi Fallen Order like maybe 2 months ago. Maybe it's just sort of like.
Dathomir is a name. Yeah, Dathomir is a planet where the Night Sisters hang out.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I named them Dathomir. There's a reason for that. Okay. Checks out. Maybe it's a nice homage. I'll say it's an homage because of the nature of this dragon.
Don't worry. Legally speaking, you're probably okay because that's a planet. This is a dragon. Should be fine.
Unless it's a planet-sized dragon.
It's not Bahamut. Jesus, calm down.
Oh, it's a planet-sized dragon, and we're thoroughly boned.
Disney, leave me alone.
Either that, or Spitz is going to punch a planet-sized dragon.
Can I do a roll to see if I have ever heard the name Dathomir?
Okay, I'll change it a little bit. Okay, we'll change it to Dathramir. Fucking sue me, bitch! Can't
God
touch me.
damn it! Now I gotta change my
Don't
notes.
challenge the mouse.
Fucking get it. If a state in the US can ban mouse, I'll fucking do it too. Great book, actually. Yeah, you can roll history check if you so desire. You might have heard some sort of folk stories about Dathramir, as this very Hansel and Gretel would lure people to the lair with promises of, reward, and they were never heard from again. Then there's a sort of story about basically what Hansel and Gretel is, but two people escaped, grew up, and became knights like Sir Lorcan, and went tried to hunt down Dathramir and did not come back. They are known as the Witch Queen. Or Witch Queen of Dragons. So.
Yeah, the name is a little bit familiar. I think I heard a story one time. I mean, don't they lure people to them and eat them or something like that? I mean, it's an old story, so it might have some truth to it, might not. You never know.
It's more of a folk tale more than anything to keep people away, not to go exploring in caves they don't know how to traverse without the right people. But there is a shred of truth, yes. Dathramir has lured people into her lair, and they've never come back. And 2 people did come back. They weren't the same, but they went back and never returned. So, their fates are pretty much unknown. Even I am not stupid enough to go after Dathramir. Great worms are not to be trifled with the like of mortal men. And lady, of course. Lorelei sort of just gingerly sipping on a drink, like, kind of fucking sexist, bro.
So, don't go asking Dathramir if they got the crown then. Gotcha.
No, just if you do, don't fall for the sweet talk. Promises of power, that sort of thing. Yada yada.
He takes a drink of his wine, like, yeah, it don't sound like me.
Oh.
So, I mean, last time we were here, or I suppose I was here, you'd said that you were going on a quest soon. I didn't know how soon. I was wondering if you might have some time or if you were interested in it. Other than the mountains here in the Feywild, I actually don't have any idea where Zakhdos's place is.
Well,
Or
Zakros is
let
in the
alone how
mountains.
dangerous it might be.
It's not entirely dangerous. We've killed most of the dangerous wildlife in the summer core. Yeah, but Zakros lives in the mountains, comes down once a year usually to celebrate the spring festival. But I've got plenty of time on my hands. You only left 2 days ago.
No, I'll never really get used to the time thing that happens when you hop between places like that.
Typically.
I think it's been like a month or 2 for me.
You don't seem any older, so seems to be working magic for you. You've got a guide with you. I highly doubt 3's a crowd. Might have someone that could help you. They're a little bit out there in terms of their ideologies, but they're a decent enough druid. Okay, they'll guide you there. If Lorelei, of course, doesn't want to go.
I'll look to Lorelei. I mean, technically, we didn't really work out that sort of deal in the job description. I mean, would you mind? If you don't want to, you don't have to, of course.
Let's see, Lorelei. I think I'm going to stay here. I've got family to catch up with. And I don't really do well with dragons. They're kind of a bit too big and prone to killing people, and I kind of like being alive. So you can either go with Sir Lorcan or go find this druid friend of his.
All right, sounds good. I mean, if it's any of the family of yours that I know, give them my best regards.
Sure. Sure. Gets awkward and doesn't know what to do at this point.
You want some wine?
I'm gonna go. I'll leave you two to be chummy. I've got nothing to really add to this conversation. But if you do want, someone to take you back, I'll be more than willing to. I'll be around. I guess. I'll see you. And just picks up her stuff and heads deeper into the city.
Just kind of like watch her go for a bit. Then look back at Sir Lorcan. No, I get the feeling she doesn't really like being around people too much.
No. Well, let's just say she had a little bit of a rough experience as a child, bloodlines and all that. She'll get over it eventually. Such is the nature of things.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I couldn't really imagine what having the Queen of the Feywilds as a grand aunt might be like. So, I'm sure she's got some stuff to sort out.
Hopefully she will sort it out soon enough, because we might be in line for a new queen soon-ish, given track records.
Why, did something happen? She not feeling well?
She's come down with a bit of an illness, but it's nothing that can't be shaken with a little bit of medicine and good old Feywild healing. If she doesn't, though, then we're up the proverbial shit creek without the paddle.
I mean, I'd offer to take a look at it, but I'm sure you guys got druids far more powerful than I am.
We do. And the personal physique of the queen will be taking care of her, but she'll be fine. She only came ill yesterday. I'm sure it has nothing to do with you. I hope. Nonetheless...
Nothing comes to mind as far as I am aware.
Maybe the smell.
I'll lift up an arm and take a sniff. Yeah, I probably could use a bath.
Well, we have an option, say Gibzu. Either I take a little break from my break, or I go find my old druid friend.
I mean, honestly, it's up to you. If you feel like you'd want to relax, I don't mind going with I mean, anyone that you got faith in, I feel like I can put my trust in them as well. You're a good guy, and I figure you got a good read on people.
I do. I do enjoy this little peace and quiet I have, so I will go and find my friend. 2 moments, and just heads into their home, and you can hear, like, an old-timey sanding stone ringing, just like a...
Hell yeah. Break out the rotary phone, baby. Let's go.
You hear, like, a mild conversation, because it's not mental one. It's an old sending stone stuck up with a string. Yes, pop on over. There's wine. And there's some cheese if you're so interested. And just comes back out, pouring another glass and just sits down. They'll be here shortly. Be careful, they might pop out of the tree they're just sitting on.
I'll just stand up and move over and like sit down on a rock.
Yeah, and the tree just opens as a portal. Out comes a Feywarden. A slightly elderly Fey woman that has sort of short hair, this sort of ghillie-esque cowl that straps over bow and quiver at the side, and a long knife, and what appears to be pan flutes strapped to the side. Very tall leather boots, and almost, if she dipped into the forest, you wouldn't be able to find her because she's that well camouflaged. But appears to have, looks like an arrow scar on her cheek, so she's probably been grazed. But beyond that, looks wise beyond her years. Looks about maybe the same age as Sir Lorcan does. Slightly graying hair, kind of wrinkling features.
I'll pour some wine into a glass and hold it out to her.
She just sort of steps down and takes it from you. Interesting company you keep, Lorcan. Didn't exactly mention a goblin would be here. Pleasure. Merelda, Feywarden. Elder Feywarden, I should add.
Hey, nice to meet you. Grand Gabo Shaman Gibzu. And I'll hold out my hand.
Sort of takes it and gives you a shake. A druid. Wonderful. Could always use more in this area. Tell me, Sir Gibzu, Grand Gabo Shaman, where are we headed?
I was hoping to visit Zakdos.
Of course, that old heartthrob. Sure, when do you so desire to leave?
I mean, you just got here. Go ahead and relax with a drink or something if you want. I got time. We can leave whenever.
Oh yeah, she's gonna stay. She just sits down on the tree she teleported through and just, well, if that's on the table, then I would gladly have a couple more drinks. Keep it coming, Lorcan. He just hands her the bottle. He's like, I know exactly what's going to happen here, Gibzu. We are going to be sitting here chatting shit for the next 2 hours. I'll get the cheese board, I suppose. Just gets up and comes back 5 minutes later with a huge charcuterie board.
Just checking, what's the guest's name again?
Who? The Fey Warden.
Yeah.
Merelda. Want the spelling? Merelda. Merelda. Don't ask me to type out her other name. It will take a fucking 2 minutes to do that.
And I'll take the first one. Good God.
Look, Moo, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, all elves in this entire universe have one name, and it's their first name. Because I don't think I've ever bothered to try to say any of their last names.
True. Absolutely true.
And half the time, their first name isn't actually their first name. It's just whatever we shorten it to. Ethan, prime example.
Yeah. Just gonna type it out anyway, because fuck it. That is... Big Gallifrey, Terelas, Varhis the second.
Yeah, Meralda.
Yeah. Sometimes she gets called Frey. But nah. Meralda's very old woman. I mean, basically, coming into the fucking Feywild, it's like going into the TARDIS. You're fucking like, oh, it's yesterday. What do you mean?
It's bigger on the inside. There is no inside.
We're outside. It's bigger outside. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. How talkative is Meralda? Very, very talkative. She's chatting a lot of bullshit about her work colleagues, the younger Fey Wardens and Initiates, saying how useless they are at figuring out basic stuff. But yeah, you get to know her a little bit better. She's older than Sir Lorcan. She's nearly 1,500 years old. Close to retirement. She has a few more things to get done, or she can clear up and someone takes the mantle of Elder Fey Warden. Talks about someone that took her out and wined her and dined her, and try to, shoot for the last base, but she sort of tripped them on the second. Yeah. Party goal at heart. Definitely. Very much Lorcan's best friend.
That's nice. Me and Sir Lorcan go way back. How'd you two meet?
Well, to cut a long story short, and Lorcan's just sort of coiling up a little bit because he knows what story she's about to tell you. So, there we are. During the Blood and Arcana Wars, see, Kazaran tried to hook us up. Together, of course. Miserable matchmaker he was. Lorcan, the gentleman that he is, tried to wine me and dine me, as a good man should. But, let's just say, he was knocking tables over with, that sword of his. Because I proved a bit too much for him to handle. Maybe a brothel, darling, is not the best place to dine. Sure, I saw my sister that day as well in that place. Working. But, he tried to woo me with flowers and drink and cheese. But, I fobbed him off. After all, Sir Lorcan's sister was a much better kisser.
Give a fucking massive grin at Sir Lorcan.
He's just red in the face, just embarrassed. He's just pouring wine, tears dripping in.
Hey, I've heard of a lot of first dates. I don't think I've ever heard of someone taking someone to a brothel for one, though.
I thought it was a nice establishment. The interior design was fabulous. I didn't realize it was a whorehouse until we went in. But I'm a man of stubborn pride, so I said, yes, this is the right place, definitely. We'll do it. I was young. I was, 200? Leave me be.
Gives you just laugh at that.
And he just sort of turns to Marilla. How is my sister, by the way? Fine, still a better kisser than you. Of course. Doesn't have a mustache as big as yours, but, I've asked her to trim it. Maybe one night, Lorcan, I'm going to rip your one off your face. I'm sure it'll fly away into the 7 skies above. He just sort of pulls the guard on his mustache tighter. No. I will die before you touch my handlebars. Never. But, yes, to clear that up, Sir Gibzu, basically we met on a first date and it went horribly wrong. And now I am married to his sister. That's the end of it.
Well, pretty good first meeting story, and seems like you two have been friends ever since.
Well, I've known him for what? 1,300 years now? Ugh. Horrible. Always drinking, always eating cheese. Can't believe the stench of a fart if you're trapped in a tent with him. Ugh. Nevertheless, we have our little chit-chats now and then, and here I am. Been what, 2 weeks? More than enough Lorcan to go around, I suppose. But I'll be glad to go to Zakthros's with you, Sir Gibzu. But I think our little chit-chat will resume when we return. Step in to my wooden hole, Sir Gibzu, and a portal opens in the stump. We'll get there pretty sharpish.
Yeah, all right. Gibzu will hop down from the rock and just kind of jump in, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't think he's ever teleported by trees.
You just leap in, she follows, and you feel yourself just sort of pulled and stretched weirdly, like Stretch Armstrong. And you're sucked through what feels like roots of trees that are interconnected, and you just appear, and you see the mountains beyond. You look back, and it's just the forest for miles. And there's no more trees nearby. Hope you brought your hiking boots and something nice and hot to wear.
Gibbs is just kind of like looking up and down on himself. Yeah, I kind of feel like I grew an inch doing that. I'd look any taller.
Well, you don't look any taller, but I'm sure you grew an inch somewhere else. Let's go. And just begins marching up the mountain.
Gives it a laugh and follow after.
Definitely his nose.
And the 2 blocked nostrils beneath him. Yeah. You begin ascending. I need you to make a survival check using Constitution, please. You have advantage, because there is a Fey Warden in front of you.
Excellent. Survival on Constitution. How many did you need? Just one?
Just the one. Yeah, because it's only for a day's worth of travel. But by the time you reach a sort of plateau in the mountains, somewhere to set up camp, by the time you reach where Merelda is, she's already set up camp. You're like wheezing, coughing behind, but the thinness of the air hasn't gone to your head, and you're not blacking out. And you know, it's a nice warm campfire to heat your bones because you left your Yeti coat with a guard in Dragon Glen. And sort of cozy up, and she's serving what appears to be just trappings, things she's had. So bits of rabbit, bits of squirrel, bird, nuts, berries. A mishmash. Enough to get you going. She's just
thank you.
Down.
Damn, you got up here pretty quick.
I may be old, but I'm not unfit. The Fey Warden is capable of scaling any environment in front of them. I know these mountains like the back of my hand. Nothing new. Mind you, there's a new mole there. We'll get rid of it. But, you know, if you needed a way through the endless forests or up the tallest mountain, I know the way. Sir Larkin couldn't, rustle his way out of a bush if he had tried. Not knight armor, anyway. So tell me, why do you want to see Zathros? Not often a goblin seeks out a person with a reputation of eating them.
It's funny you should mention that. I think that's the first time I heard that rumor. Didn't realize he had a taste for goblins, but maybe I'll win him over. I was actually, well, the whole time differential thing. I came here a couple months ago, but it was like 2 days ago or something. And, I'd come to find out more about the Shaman King. I'd been collecting pieces and relics of his past, trying to find out more about him. And I had heard in my research when I was here that there was a dragon that had hidden away the crown that he used to have. And I came in search of that. I don't really know many dragons, and I heard Zathros. He seemed like a nice enough guy. I visited his town. It's a nice town. Figured he might have some information on it.
Yes, potentially. You're not quite the insightful person. He doesn't eat goblins. I was trying to jab at a bit of humor, but nevertheless, try to poke and prod there. But no, he does have a taste for dwarves. They're alcohol, mostly. And women. And men. He's horny, is what I'm saying. Most of the time. Most of the time.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yes. Well, didn't realize, Goblin was after Kazaran's old stuff. Interesting. I do see you are wearing his ring and his glaive. And you're covered in his tattoos, so that's something. Should have been a dead ringer for it. I do say you are a bit short for Kazaran. Might have thought you'd come back from the dead. Did go out in a blaze of glory, I know that much.
Yeah, I must have spoken for 2 days with Sir Loken, hearing about all the stories that he'd had, traveling with him, meeting him, fighting with him.
Well, that's the stories of what Loken fables. Truth is, Kazaran was always a little bit of a coward, if I'm honest. Especially when it came to making a family. I wasn't really keen on it, but found his calling as the Shaman King, as we dubbed him. Met a pretty grim end, I do say. Seemed quick. Probably wasn't. Hopefully you don't fall to the same situation. But, yeah.
How did he end up passing away?
She ain't gonna sugarcoat it either. How do I explain this in the least graphic manner possible? He attempted to rid a part of the Feywild of a creature that I have since avenged him for. It was known as... best way to put this. Least graphic, Relda. Let's just say this being was draconic in descendancy to some regard, but had ties to the Eldaran bloodline from mostly the Oter. This half-dragon, we'll say, fought Kazaran amidst a thing called the Needle of the Sky, which is this long sharp rock that protrudes from the ground and tells the time for those that are lost. You'll find it if you find yourself lost in the forest. They fought. Kazran was beaten badly. I got there a bit too late, but from what I can tell, this half-dragon managed to tear Kazran in half from the groin up by pulling him through the needle.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too pleasant.
No. But on the plus side, his coffin was very cheap.
Gibbs will like give a chuckle to that.
But I took it upon myself to make sure that memories of him were kept intact. I hid the main cause of death. I sewed him up the best I could. That half-dragon's now dead, and sort of pulls the sort of gilly up, and you can see red dragon scales embedded in her armor. He made for fine armor. But, I think if Lorcan can trust you, Gibzu, and I can, I think you're honorable enough. I think you're worthy enough to don Kazran's crown. Complete the set, as it were. But alas, the night is coming, and I don't exactly want to be awake when the night creatures come. But I'll keep an eye out. I'll let you get some rest.
Like that thing that's in the Royal Library.
Oh, they're harmless. People big them up, make them scary. Yes, they can give you a dark deal, but it's a tree. Fire's very good against wood.
Yeah, I suppose that's one way to look at it. I wasn't so much frightened of what it could do as I mean, it was just creepy, you know.
Hmm. Well, you see the way Sir Lorcan eats food. That's fucking terrifying. I've seen him suck on a piece of cheese and spit it out. What's the flavor? Never mind. Also seen a person eat fingers before, and that wasn't pleasant either. But nevertheless, Sir Gibzu, you should get some rest. We've got a little bit of more traveling to do, and it's a little higher up. I'll keep watch for the night.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again for being willing to guide me up here.
It's what we do.
Gibbs will sit a decent way away from the fire and lay down, roll out like his bedroll, and go to sleep for the night.
You draw away into your dreams. Through the smoke and the fog that once clouded the village is now cleared. You can see scaffolding building over the remnants. The ground is fertile, clean. There seems to be trampled on tax bills on the ground. There is a strange presence, almost eerily familiar, as you see Veth floating around, checking the doors of any buildings that have been erected.
Hey, how's it going? I haven't seen you for a few nights.
Swivels round. It looks very decayed at this point, almost skeletal. You're in trouble, Gibzu.
Gives you look around. What you mean? Some trying to come attack me in my dreams?
Maybe. After you pulled me into your dream, I researched your wish. It appears to be that every promise of power you pass on at the time, another creature or thing or person will take its place and try to offer you a new one. I have a fear that you might awaken the primordial demiurge.
What's that?
There's not really a good way to describe it. You're familiar with the Colossi.
Yeah, like Darrell, the one always fighting Nefarious or whatever it is.
Yeah. Think of that, but the thing that created them and created all things around us. They made everything, from the gods to the ants that crawl across the picnic. Formless chaos. Power enough to build the multiverse.
And it's asleep right now.
I don't know. I never really took the time to study it. And I just rolling a little Arcana check for that. I do fear that your wish will guide you straight to it, and it will answer. Even if you got a sliver of its power, you could disintegrate cities in a blink. Forge civilizations with a twist of your arm. I'd be careful, though. That sort of power does not belong to us. It belongs to them. And as he says that, what appears to be the sun starts to warble, become this purplish, yellowy, liquid mass that starts to ebb out. Tentacles. And Veth just sort of fades away as you feel cold, heat, and this fiery needle, like pain, shoot across your body as if you were disintegrating in its presence. As the sky becomes clouded by this fiery liquid mass, swarms around your dream. You speak primordial, Ibzu.
I have to check. I don't think I do. I do not. I speak Common, Goblin, Druidic, and Sylvan. And I can read Eldiran.
Read Eldiran. You will not understand a single thing you hear in your dream. It is a warbling mass of words and sounds, like a roar of a sun screeching at you. You can't look directly at it. The pain that reaches your eyes is just almost like it's drying and cooking you from the outside. One of the tendrils sort of whips and ejects from this mass, touches you. And you get this sensation of almost like your skin being stretched as this mass copies you and forms another Gibzu in front of you. The eyes, not there, just this dark void, and you can see the swirling mass of whatever it is behind. Yeah, perhaps you can understand us now.
Yeah. Uh, who, what, I don't even know what the question is, the right one to ask. Who are you, I guess?
We are all things. And the voice fades slightly as the form morphs a little bit, gets taller. It doesn't become your face, it becomes like this lion-esque face with a mane like a sun flickering. We are the demiurge. We come before all things. We are the dust, the darkness, the nothing, the all, the ash, and the body. You have summoned us from slumber for the answer of power, to destroy those who would stand in your way. A gift we shall give.
Uh, uh, before you arrived, I was actually just talking to an acquaintance of mine about well, I might have heard of you before, but the thing that's created all things. I mean, I have no doubt that you could give me the power that I'm searching for. But is there a way to like rein that in? Some. He was saying something about wiping out cities in the blink of an eye. I don't really want the power to rival gods. I feel like that would bring more harm than good.
We will give you what you desire. Nothing more, nothing less.
And at what cost would that power come at?
You will know all things, past, present, future. Your mind will fade. The darkness on your soul will be burned away. The slate cleaned. You will be born anew in our image.
So so I wouldn't be me.
You will become like us.
Uh,
We
right.
shall show you all things. And it tendril latches onto you, and you get like a flash of information that starts with just a bead of light and pure darkness that just explodes into everything as the Big Bang shoots out and creates the multiverse. And you see the avatars of the primordial demiurge, a lion-esque creature with waving mane, uh, dragon-esque looking creature with wings of fire, a humanoid shape made out of wind, and a few other like things are fading into the distance as everything around you forms. And you get basically the events of the universe unfolding before your eyes, from its birth to its death, and it just fades away. You will become like us.
But every one of you were different. What does that mean?
We are formless. We choose forms to commune with you. Our children walked your world, and they have been slain bar one. And soon his time will come, and the age of fire will die.
Are you talking about Doral?
That is what you have named it.
Gibsu think for a minute. I mean, is there any way that I can take some time to think about this?
We will know your decision before you've made it. Let us leave you to ponder the inevitable. And it sort of fades out, and they just sort of wave their arms, and the tendrils reach out and touch the rebuilding of your village, and it just turns into almost like a metropolis of previous goblin society in its glory days around you. And there is a statue of you made of gold in the center of a fountain, the Shaman King. As the demiurge light vanishes, and you're left to your dreams. The knowledge of the birth of the universe and the destruction of it. And you waken up, sweating, cold, but you are wrapped very tightly in 3 additional blankets that Meralda has put on you.
I'll get up and just kind of try to shake away, I guess, a mass of fucking information that has been shoved into his brain, and kind of try to wake up from it.
You were tossing and turning in your sleep, darling. I had to pin you down with at least something. All I had were blankets. But anyway, there's coffee on the stove.
Yeah, appreciate that. Crazy dreams. No, walk over and take a seat, have a cup of coffee.
Yeah. When you take a sip of coffee, you get the information of what created that coffee, where it came from, other plants it was connected to, the person that farmed it, and how it ended up down your gullet. You just get the flash of information of everything about it. As the presence of the primordial demiurge hasn't quite left yet.
He'll he'll just kind of set the coffee down, and then he'll look over at her. Hey, Meralda, out of curiosity, what do you happen to know about the primordial demiurge?
Surprisingly, quite a bit. Kind of taught it as Feywild 101. The primordial demiurge is the theory at present time of a being that created all things, or a symbiote of the multiverse that created it. Its presence gave us magic, gave us the colossi, gave us this luscious green. It is a entity of pure chaos that can destroy and give life to new things. What it would be capable of, I wouldn't know. Wild mages apparently tap into a part of it. You know how that ends with most of them. Can't control it, and things happen. Why do you ask?
Well, kind of a long story, but I suppose the short version of it is well, you know those gem mirrors.
Yes, that of which I am familiar with.
Well, me and my good friend Swarm ended up sort of getting trapped in one.
Right.
And there was I guess the evil half of an entity there that granted wishes but twisted them.
Right. Sounds like a
And
manifest. Yes.
yeah, and I think its name was Angela or something like that. Is the bad half of Verdant Shrill. If you ever heard that name.
I do know of Verdun Shiril, also a very good friend of mine. Angelia I'm also familiar with.
Well, after some trials and such, uh, we were essentially offered wishes through Anglia. We knew they probably wouldn't turn out well, so me being a smartass, I said I wish to have my wish fulfilled through Verdant Shrill. And then,
Right.
time passed, and Verdant Shrill, I assume, came to me in my dream and asked what my wish was. I never really put any thought into it, so technically at war with Novarus. I got annoyed that I couldn't break the mirror when I came out of it. I've had it sealed since then, so Anglia is stuck in there, hopefully. And I wished for the power to lay waste to anything or anyone that would stand in my way. Time passed, nothing happened. I was almost forgot about it. And then lately, every night I go to sleep, a different person has been coming to my dreams, offering me a different semblance of power in return for, I don't know, some of them ask for various things. And last night, as I was getting warned by one of the previous people that had come to my dream, they'd done some research. I, I mean, if it's to be believed, which after everything that I saw, the primordial demiurge came to me as well. And I don't really know what to make of its offer. So it would offer me power, but in exchange, I would be reborn. Uh, no past, present, and future at all times, but be remade into one of them. And then I saw the forms of, I guess the what makes it up. Its many forms.
Right. Well, I believe you so far, so you don't have to worry about sounding like a crazy person. Did you accept?
Well, so far every night, and including last night, I've asked for time to think about it. The powers that have been offered are all been varied, and I didn't really know what I wanted to pick. But the first person that came to my dream, I know for a fact I don't want his. It was Novarus. I said no. Novarus, the damn reason my tribe's dead to begin with.
Right. Well, uh, I personally wouldn't want to be in your situation. I mean, I've wished for a few things, one of which came true, but the others didn't seem to affect anything. The fact that you're being brought before the thing that made all things, and you said, hold up, can I put a rain check on this? And I'll get back to you, even though they probably know what your answer will be.
That's no. Funnily enough, that was their response to it. We'll know what your decision is before you do.
They probably knew it in that moment, if I'm honest. Are you sure you're making a good decision by waiting? Because if they come to you in your dream, What's the stop like? A dreadlord coming to you.
I mean, honestly, I didn't know that me waiting posed any sort of risk until before he had showed up last night in my dreams. Apparently, the guy that I was talking about before was saying every time that you pass up someone with an offer of power, he feared that it would come closer to waking the primordial demiurge.
But
In which case, power that blink an eye, erase a city sort of thing.
well,
It's not really the power that I was looking for. I don't really want to be on the level of a god or anything. So,
sometimes wishes are taken literally, Yimzu. You said to lay waste to anything and anyone. To destroy a city would be something that stood in your way. You could destroy the Novarian capital in a wish. Or you could lay waste to Novaris.
and
Or
that's a very tempting thing, but the thing that worries me with it is the whole knowing all things at all time and being reborn into it. I don't really know. It was kind of like a council, but it didn't speak like a kid. It spoke like they were symbiote, like you had mentioned before, sort of thing.
perhaps
Everybody would like to be more powerful, but I'd also like to remain me at the end of it.
perhaps it's a more metaphorical interpretation that you will be reborn by their power. Could be something. I'm not a philosopher, but sounds very strange. But who am I to know? I've never met. But I do hope that the next thing you encounter isn't them again, knowing your answer. I wouldn't keep them waiting if you kept changing your mind. Huh?
Yeah, there's a decent list of people that have come to me. I think I'm really gonna take some time to think about it and make a choice. Well, I suppose I only really have a day. Seems to happen every time I go to sleep. So
Well, I'm sure you might find a friendlier face next time.
I mean, we can only hope.
Nonetheless, let us go see something that can lay waste to a tavern and its entire cellar. Sure, Zakthoros will be very delighted to see me again, and probably a new face.
Gives you a nod and take another sip of coffee and see if he sees the entire lineage of the coffee again.
Yep. You get like flashes of its alchemical structure and the atoms that make that. And the flavor just doesn't matter anymore. You just kind of know that's what it's going to taste like.
Well, here's hoping that wears off before we drink anything today.
Oh, sorry, I did put a half bottle of rum into the coffee. I should have mentioned that. Maybe that's what your flavor is.
No, unless it's real special rum that lets me know the entire makeup of it, all the plants related to it, and know who farmed it, where it was originated from upon having a sip. I think it's remnants of the dream.
Or,
They did show me the entire creation and destruction of the universe in the flesh.
wonderful. Just keeps packing up the camp. I'm sure
Does
that's
it just start packing shit up too?
Perhaps that's something you should keep to yourself, Gibzu, without risk of running as a madman. Or perhaps they have given you something that many druids would dream of, and that is shamanistic sight. But nonetheless, I'm sure there's plenty of people that would want that power. But we're going to go visit someone whose power is liver damage, so let us go.
Sounds good to me. He'll finish packing up and follow after.
Oh yeah. She finds it. She finds a shortcut she's used the whole time.
Become a god gives you, yeah, accidentally snore wrong, and the fucking entire citadel that we're in fucking evaporates.
Yeah. You are led to the mouth of a pretty large cave. Even the stalactites and stalagmites seem to have nuggets of gold and platinum embedded into them as you are guided down through witchlight into this very full dragon horde. And see, sitting atop this mountain of gold and gems and artwork, a table, a bookshelf, and a big old wine rack, and a dragon-looking humanoid sitting at it in pretty standard-looking attires. Big old brassy-colored wings and big old red horns, as the image I sent you earlier is. There's Zakthros.
Gives you will approach and say, Zakthros, I presume.
This picks up whatever he was drinking, turns around, spots you at a tiny little dot at the bottom of this pile, and spots Merelda. Company as always. And just sort of moves his hands, and the gold parts like the Red Sea as he glides down, marches towards you. Oh, pleasure. And ruffles your hat and looks at Merelda. Come back for a little party, have we? And you brought a friend this time, wonderful Merelda. So, what's the poison of choice? You want a wine or rum? Or your poison's tequila, Merelda? Let me see. Just ruffles around inside the gold pile and vanishes. Comes back. Poof. 2 full bottles. I think these will suffice. What does the goblin drink?
Oh, well, a lot of different things. Speaking of drinks, I actually brought you a gift of one of my favorites, if you're interested.
Very. And disappears in the gold pile and reemerges in front of you. What will it be?
And he'll reach inside his bag and pull out another of the Drider Venom.
Ah.
Don't know if it suits your taste or not, but
Will
I
it get
tend
me
to like
drunk?
it. Yes, and
Then I love it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Right. Well, a drink for you, and just passes it on to Morel, then just hands you a random bottle of something. I'm sure you'll find it to your liking. Take a seat, and pulls a table out from the gold pile. Wonderful. Sits down. So, it's not a social call, clearly. Gifts aren't given in kind to a dragon. What do you want, Merelda? And she just prods you forward, sipping on her tequila. I didn't come for you. I came with him. He's the one that wants something. Zach. And you are staring at you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. I'm Gibsu Grand Gobble Shaman.
Doesn't ring a bell. But welcome. What do you want? Gibuzu Grand Gobble Shaman.
Hey, you can shorten it to Gibsu if you like. I was actually doing a bit of research into the Shaman King. As I might have noticed, I have a couple of his items.
Yes.
In my research of him, I had found out about his crown and how it's been lost at time. A dragon, wasn't any name with it, had apparently taken it and hidden it away. And honestly, I don't know too many dragons. But I've been through your town a few times, and from what I heard, you weren't the type to just eat somebody upon meeting them. So I figured I'd take a shot and see if you had any information on it. Or by the off chance, maybe you had it. I don't know.
Well, you asked, and just puts a shot glass in front of you. Asks for a shot. And just fills it.
I'll hold up the shot to him and take it.
Slouch. That'll put hair on your scales. I'll be honest, I did possess the crown. As you can see, I've sort of let the place go a little bit. It's in here somewhere. Where? No idea. You're more than welcome to loot as long as you don't take anything else. I have no use for
Gibsu
it.
just kind of like peer behind him and look at the mountains of gold. Well, I don't know if you'll believe this or not, seeing as it seems to be sort of the rare beliefs amongst people I've met, but it's an impressive gold hoard. I guess Dragon's Hoard is the proper name for it, but I don't find a whole lot of value in money. So, I mean, if you're saying I can look for it, I will actually only look for the crown. I'm not here to steal anything.
For a second, I thought you were flirting with me, saying my mount was impressive. But since you have no value in gold, then I suppose I'll let you go and have a ruffle around, whilst Merelda and I can reacquaint.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
He gives it just kind of gives a big size, like, well, I hope it doesn't take that long, but it's a lot of treasure. And he'll just start like walking towards the pile
Sure.
of whatever, everything that he's amassed.
Sure. If you want to start waiting, it's gonna be a lot of athletics checks.
Actually, you know what? Let's handle this in a different fashion, befitting that of a druid.
Sure.
I am going to... Yeah, I don't have any of that prepared. That's fine. I'm going to shape change into a piety owl, and I'm going to fly over the treasure to see if I can spot it anywhere from the air before trying to, like, swim through this shit.
Sure. Make a perception check.
I guess it just... Do I have a... No, I don't have a thing yet for it.
I shall return. Nature calls.
Okay. I guess I'll just use my perception. Oh, baby. Gotta
Hot
love the
dang.
owl giving you advantage, you know what I'm saying?
Nice.
You see everything but the crown.
Dude, I was like, I'm half tempted to walk up and just fucking like taste a piece of gold. See if I can find out the location of the crown that way. Hey, Primordial
Yeah.
Demiurge, you still working?
At this point, I admit I was more than a little excited that what if he does do it?
Dude, I'm tempted, but at the same time, I know I'm fucked if I do it. Like, I know it's gonna be like, now you are part of Legion. You are no longer Gibzu. You are Primordial Demiurge.
Yeah, it's basically gonna be
And
like
you're
when
removed. Roll
Dotrin.
another character. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, it's basically gonna be like when Dotrin got the whatever the fuck they were called, the 5 evil dragons.
In fairness, he waited until the campaign was over before he basically turned Dutch into a monster.
True.
You find nothing.
But what if being forced to make a new character enables you to search a whole different set of lore, forcing Mu to work double time?
Or
I
better
mean, I
yet,
could, but I like Gibzu. God damn it. Just like I liked Henry.
plus it probably sucked to go through 3-player characters.
Yeah. Well, it'd be the
Yeah.
second one, and on the third. He said he hasn't seen it in ages, so I guess I will fly to the back of the treasure hoard, and I will shape change back, and I guess start looking the hard way, because I don't have like locate magic object or anything like that.
Okay. I have a trial designed for this called Gold in Them Hills. Require.
Does natural 20 provide any successes to the trial?
No.
I tried, Kenny.
Hey, look, you know what? I'm just happy that my first perception check as the Piety Owl was a nat 20.
So, the trial has 2 stages. One is the active part of wading through all the centuries of wealth, and the other is actually trying to locate it whilst heavily obscured by gold. So, the DC is set to 14 for the first stage. Wade through everything. The next stage is DC 20. You have 5 failures available to you. You need 5 successes on the first stage and 3 on the second.
Okay. I'm guessing it's gonna be like athletics checks or something to wade through this shit, right?
You can use athletics, you can use acrobatics, and you can use survival using strength or dex.
Wait, I can use survival? I'm using survival. Using dex. Fail. Success.
2 successes.
Fail. Does meeting it pass?
Yeah, it beats it.
Excellent.
Yep.
Success. Success.
Okay. After 6 hours of wading through this mountain of shit, you think you stumbled across a sweet spot. Think might be the right spot to dig. Doesn't seem to be a lot of other stuff nearby. No artwork or anything. There seems to be furniture that's sort of standing upright. Maybe he lived at this part of the mount, like this mountain. All that's left for you to do is take a dive and look.
Man, if only I had a gold swimming form. You know?
Kulve Tower.
Yeah. Yeah. I melt his precious gold and lace it upon myself. Alright, yeah, I'll dive in.
It's either perception or survival to find it. But it's heavily obscured, so you are at disadvantage.
Okay. Uh Ooh, hold on. I might be able to tricksy this a little bit.
I love that feeling when tinnitus flares up and all you hear is ringing.
Oh, dude, I get it all the time, every day.
Just annoying.
For the first time, and probably one of the rare times that Gibbs will ever use this ability that he has, I'm gonna partial wild shape.
Okay.
And I don't know what the other two features that I want are, to be real with you, in a non-combat situation. But I would like to gain the, I guess, eyes of the piety owl.
Okay.
Or the sight, so that it would be advantage, so it'd be to a normal roll.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose, if that's how that works. I don't really understand how the partial wild shape works. If I'm
Yeah,
being
it's
real.
basically you take a feature of the creature. So your eyes
Okay.
just get bigger and you can see things a bit clearer.
Okay. And I mean, between perception and survival, it wouldn't matter between them, but I'm using the eyes of the owl, so I'll rock perception for this to get the normal roll, because they're both at +9. Fail. Success. It's 20 now, right?
20, yeah.
Yeah, fail. Success. Success. I don't know how many failures I have overall. 4?
You have 4.
Yo.
It is a partial failure, so the 4. But as you dig around and rustle, you pull up what you think might be the crown. You emerge after 11 hours of digging around. You come up, and your eyes adjust as the wild shape fades, and you hold aloft 2 crowns, virtually identical.
Do I mean, in my research, I did like learn some aspects of the crown. Like it's made from dragon parts of multiple different dragons, and a general look of it. Do they both match that description to
Yes.
some sense?
Yes. There are some tiny differences in them. One is mildly mossy, one's very mossy. Some have some carvings on them. One of them has more intricate, sort of Baroque carvings. One gives you a feeling of calmness, the other one gives you a feeling of the wild sort of feeling when you're lost in a forest.
If my glaive has it on it too. If I compare the carvings in both, are they similar to the writing that is on the Shaman King items that I have?
Make an
Or does
investigation
one
check
differ?
at advantage.
Okay. 12.
You've had the glaive for a while. You know that there's usually a carving that depicts a story. And from your accounting of what this crown looks like, you have a feeling that it might be the one that gives you a sense of calmness. Carvings look similar. It's not super mossy, so it's probably not as old. The other crown is, you have no idea.
Okay. I'll take both crowns then, and I will. Man, how far away from the entrance am I?
Roll me a D100 times 1d12.
How do you just X 1d12?
I think so. I believe so. No.
All right, I'll just do it in separates.
Sure. 5. 225 feet.
Multiply
Yo,
the asterisk.
that's not bad.
No.
All right, I will. With the 2 crowns, try to carefully clamber my way either around the side or like over top,
Okay.
if I can, and
Yeah.
try to get up to where Zathros and
I mean, it's not
Merelda?
hard to find where Merelda and Zathros are. They are laughing drunkenly and loudly, waiting for you to get back.
I'll head back there.
Yeah, by the time you get there, you can see they're barely lit by lamplight, and they're arm wrestling. And Zathros is clearly faking losing in an attempt to try and woo Merelda. Too strong for me, woman. And they just sort of barely spot you as they sort of wobble their heads and look. Merelda's, and he appears to be back. Zathros, our fun's over. And as he just pins her arm to the table, cheating bastard. Oh, he's got 2. He's got your party hat and he's got Kazarin's hat. Wonderful. Throw us the party hat, Gibsu.
Gives you a kind of like look between them. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure which one, but I think this one's Kazarin, so I'll toss the other one.
Yeah, you toss the really old-looking one. Perfect. Yeah, and just hooks it onto Zathros' horns. He's like, I feel party mode has come. Wonderful. And he's got the crown of Kazarin. Come, drink, party with the great worm Zathros.
I mean, that sounds like a great time, and I'm down. But I did have a question for you.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, the crown that you're wearing right now and this crown look very similar, but one is much older. If this is Kazarin's crown, what's that crown?
The party hat. Merelda, you're not as drunk as I am. Can you explain it to him? She looks at you, she's rosy cheeked and just blind drunk. Nah. What I recall, as I roll at disadvantage, because she's pissed. Polar opposites, nat 20 and a nat 1.
Beautiful.
We sort of won it in a duel. A duel of drinks, if I remember correctly. This is why it's called the party hat, if I remember. And we sort of won it off of this person. It said that they were a dragon slayer, and I said no. Couldn't possibly have killed a dragon. Look at you, your ass is too fat for that armor. You clearly would have been clapping and alerted the dragon. And they told me to go fuck myself, so we stole the hat. Don't remember them, but I'm certain that it was Kazarin's father's brothers. I think. Maybe. Perhaps. I'm very drunk, darling. I could tell you. Why don't you do your weird thing that you've been gifted and just touch the crown and tell us? Can you see who made it and where the ore came from? Perhaps the demiurge will tell you.
Gives you like shrug, and he's still holding on to the one crown. I guess he'll try to like. He's obviously not doing it naturally right now, but he'll try to focus on it, I guess.
Sure.
And
Nothing
see if
happens.
anything happens.
Nothing happens. The demiurge powers disappeared.
Thank
Faded.
God. Oh no, it's not working. Think it was an after effect of the dream.
Saktros takes off the party hat and just sort of wobbles towards you, and his form isn't holding properly. He's getting bigger in some places. Like he's taking his true form. Oh, God, keep a hold. I don't want to kill you by stepping on you. And just sticks the party hat on you. Wonderful. Perhaps the party will emerge in you. This item does not require attunement. When you are equipped to the party hat, you can drink 10 times your body weight in alcohol before you pass out. If you have drunk enough that would normally make you unconscious and someone removes the hat from you either forcibly or by accident, or you take it off, you suffer the normal effects. So if you've drank your body weight, you'll probably die, but take it off.
I love this hat.
Yeah, there's a couple of other things with it. The more drunk you get, the better you get at poker and other gambling games.
What? I love this hat. What the fuck?
You need this hat.
And
It doesn't help that the only real drinker here is like half immune to poison now. So
there is a curse on this item. When
I
I'm
knew
very
it couldn't
glad,
have had that weird feeling without that.
I'm very glad to reveal it because it's not a dangerous curse. With all the benefits it gives you of being a party animal, you're cursed as long as you wear this with whiskey dick.
I love this hat. What the fuck? This is great.
This is Zakros' party hat.
This is the second best magic item in the fucking world.
Yep.
At least engineer mass produce it.
Oh, that's utterly perfect. Maybe that's what. Oh god, that is beautiful.
Come, let us drink some more. There's plenty to go around.
Just checking. This Sacrifice still has his scales, yeah?
Pretty much, yeah.
I wonder if he drinks more after his time at the Corpse King's castle.
Maybe.
Good question.
Gives you a shrug and say, sounds good to me. And they'll uncork closest bottle and start taking a drink.
We keep going. The party hat is passed around most of the evening to keep people conscious as best as possible. Zathros can drink a fuck ton. You can drink quite a lot. So can Merelda. Let's see. For the remaining 8 hours that all of you are conscious, you drink probably all of your body's worth of beer, wine, vodka, gin, whiskey. You just go through all of it. But not all, in the Horde. And the crown sits triumphantly in the center of the table. The rest of you are passed out into the piles of gold next. From what you can recall of the antics, you arm wrestled, you actually wrestled, you spit in each other's drinks, you gambled. Beyond that, it becomes a blur. But in your dreams, everything is warbling. Your vision is askew, and you feel the party hat on your head as you walk drunkenly through the rebuilt village in your dreams. But there is a weirdly green color to the sky. Perhaps it's the drunkenness, perhaps it's the party hat and the whiskey dick. But there is a big green light in the sky.
Just kind of. I'm guessing, like, in the dream, I'm still drunk.
Yes.
Just kind of, like, look up at the sky. Hey, this is kind of pretty.
Slowly, the green light has a silhouette coming across it. That of a big dragon. Flies and swoops towards the village, and you hear the villagers scream, but you're just staring up at it as it swoops and lands and takes the form of what appears to be a very tall, maybe Goliath woman with very tinged emerald skin, like a Nimue of the Lady of the Lake. The Lady of the Lake. Pretty broad-shouldered, very strong-looking, and eyes that are almost as green as the grass around you. You appear to be drunk, Gibsu.
Yeah, party with Zakdos.
Ah,
You know him. You,
I noticed
seem
the
to be a
party
dragon.
hat. Yes. You asked the wish from me, Gibsu. I came to make sure the party hat wasn't going to fuck up your wish.
He'll, like, kind of squint at her. Well, you're too good looking to be Anglia, so the second wish then, Verdun Sherrill.
Yes.
It's nice to meet you. Not the eyes behind the burning village.
Mm-hmm. You seem to be very drunk even in your dream. Whatever you've been drinking, it's fucking you up entirely. Perhaps I will come back later when you're sober.
Oh, yeah. By the way, yesterday the primordial, demi,
Urge.
yeah, that, still don't know if it's a, I guess, thing. Thing sounds like the right thing for it. That seems very dangerous.
Mm-hmm. I have one last primordial being lined up. But beyond that, they're all mortal. beyond.
I don't know if this interferes with the wish or anything, but I had kind of a hard time understanding the meaning behind the primordials pitch, I guess. Uh, do you? I mean, you've been around a while, and you summoned it in a sense, or woke it up to combine something. Uh, do you know what it means? When they say you be reborn as a it?
To be reborn in its image could mean many things. To be your form is changed, your soul is altered, your fate changes. But it could also mean that your life will forever change when you take its offer.
Okay, and I mean, one other question, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
Vethka, one of the people, I'm sure you know.
Mhm.
Is there a danger to every person that goes past? Like, is this a? I'm not really sure how. This is kind of my first wish, or I suppose second, technically, if you count the first one. But is
Wishes are dangerous, Gibzu. You are pulling on the fabric of reality. Sometimes it tugs back. You asked for power. It didn't say it had to be from a good source.
that is true? You got me there.
Choose wisely. A great power does await you. It will not be from me. I have no interest in mortal biddings. But I'm sure the next person does. And they'll probably burn the alcohol off and let you sleep.
Do you Marilda said that you two knew each other. You want me to say hi for you?
I will see her later. I'm sure she will be more than happy to see me.
So do you exist outside of dreams then?
Yes, I am very much real.
So you have like a physical form. You could walk, around the Feywild if you wanted.
I do not belong in the Feywild. It's not my place.
I meant just sort of like if you wanted, like, for instance, sort of thing.
Yes, I could.
Huh. Learn something new every day. I sort of imagined you and your worse half
Mm-hmm.
uh were more non-physical than that. But then again, I mean, Anglia almost did rip us to pieces, so I guess should have thought about that a little bit more.
Well, I will leave you to have a nice conversation with the next promise of power. Hopefully, it'll sober you up. And just spreads wings and flies away. As the ground begins to shake and quiver, and fire catches the trees, as the sun is blocked out by a towering figure that marches slowly towards you. billowing with volcanic smoke, and lurches down, blocking the sky as you come face to face with Dural. A burning mass of rock and molten lava, and this long gash that acts as an eye, and a stony crown that seems to be jagged and crooked. Doesn't seem to speak.
Kind of like look up at him at first and make the realization of who's in front of me. You know what? That was kind of sobering. I don't suppose you happen to be Dural, King of Durheim, the immortal king, right?
Sort of lurches back up, full height. Still can't, like, the shadow just turns to like a silhouette by the time it reaches the top, and then just starts to shrink down into a more manageable form, that of a dwarf in very nice clothes, a long braided beard, and hair tied back with the stone crown atop the head, and the eyes burning with fire, stony-esque skin. Not many call upon us.
I'll give him I guess a bow?
You really are drunk, are you?
Just not, a lot less drunk than I was like 5 minutes ago. But, I'm just unsure of. I'm sure there's some level of politeness that, I should show a king of a land.
Politeness is gone when you pull me from the war. What do you seek, Ibzu?
Uh, I guess to put it simply, power.
Then I will provide. The eternal flame will burn bright within you.
Out of curiosity, what does that mean?
I have laid waste to all that stood before me. Nothing can conquer me. One of your kind, Novaris, chooses to be a god amongst you. He will die like the rest. But to you, I will pass the mantle of the primordial Colossus.
Uh, and what would be, I guess, the benefit and cost of that? I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but I'm still a little offset from the last dream that I had, in which I was met face to face.
With our creators.
Yeah.
They speak as if they know all, 'cause they do. Their words hold more meaning to those non-chronological. But this power is real. If you are to die, you will be reborn from the ashes the same. like a phoenix. Your body will never age. Your strength will bolster, your constitution will ground you to the earth I have gathered at your feet. And you can scorch foes before you.
And Gibbs will think about this. And he realizes, he got his warning from Vethka. The warning came literally right before Primordial Demiurge showed up, so. Vethka, you need to work on your timing, goddammit. You give me 24 hours notice.
Not
Not
when you
5
fucking
minutes.
sleep.
And Gibbs will ask, and it seems like a great power, but does it come at a cost? What is the cost for it?
You will outlive all things. You will see the world burn and be reborn thousands of times. You will become a paragon of my land, an eternal watcher, unless you so decide to forego your immortality and live as a person. I will give you this for now, and just touches you, and you feel your skin harden for just a second, and it stops.
What's a paragon?
A paragon is basically there are 7 paragons of Dural. They are basically people that have proven themselves to Dural and the cause to protect against nefarious or dragons or other primordials. And they have been given an aspect of Dural's power: strength, immortality, weapon skills, etc. All of them are very good at just one thing. But he is missing one thing out of his power: magic.
So are they like his elite guard then?
As the Praetors are to Novaris.
If if I went ahead and I, agreed to accept your power, you said I would be a paragon. Would that mean that I would have to, I guess, move to Durlheim, or would I? How does that work? Because I'm fighting Novaris where I am.
Then you are a paragon in exile. You will be the hand that crushes the Northern campaign, alongside those you trust. And when the time comes, we will meet face to face in the final battle.
Man, I'm kind of tempted though. I'm kind of tempted to take Dural's power. That sounds kind of dope.
For
Another
the
path to
memes,
godhood.
sir.
Vethka's too evil. I can't take. As much as I would love to take Vethka's power, I've been too nice as Gibbs to take Vethka's power. It would be like super hypocritical.
At least with Dural is neutral.
Gibbs will, you know what? In the sake of actually to stop continuing this, because a choice has to be made eventually, anyways. Gibbs's gonna look at him and he'll say, "Well, no, I've had a lot of people come to me so far and offering various powers for various things, and the thing that makes us all up kind of terrifying. Not really sure how that would work out. And the other person I was interested in, probably a bit too evil for my taste. So, I have to make a choice eventually. I made the wish after all." Gives a little nod. "I choose to accept your power."
Then you will have it. And begins to expand and grow into the monstrous size. And you see the rising blade of the mountain splitter coming up as he plunges it through your dream village, as it explodes into fire and flames as you snap awake fully sober. Your skin turning back to green as a protective stone lurches back towards your heart. You have been given the aspect of Dural. I will give you the details of it later.
Okay.
I imagine it involves fire.
No.
No.
No. It involves something else, something that Spitz would be very jealous of. But
I swear to God, if he can punch with a D20 damage, I could be mad as hell.
no.
No, it'll be a D50.
Yeah.
Well, you never wanted to fist fight a bear? I can stand on two legs. Let's go, Spitz.
Henry was a tank. Gibzu has become the tank with this gift.
I'm DPS anyway.
Make Gibzu a glass cannon, one hit and dead.
Dude, that's what he was. What do you mean? You know how many times my forms have lasted one round? Summon form, immediately out of form next turn.
I mean, I haven't seen you constantly change forms like 4 times in a round.
Liar.
I feel that is an adequate place to leave the session. A little earlier than usual, but we finally got to the end of the fucking great power situation.
Dude, that's honestly, Dural seems dope. I like Dural. And I had, before Dural showed up, I had 2 choices in my head. I was going to either go with Vethka, or I actually was debating Esmer's power. Because the power to lock down magic completely seems super good. But like in the fact of like Gibzu's eye, he hates Nefarious and he's been face to face with him and he just exudes magic. So that's why that power was tempting to him.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to explain the auras of each person you encountered, which I think I did most of the time, Doral's is so different to anything. Even the Demiurge Primordial is, which is unexplainable, was almost eldritch. Doral's magical presence is pure, unadulterated, mountainous power. It's just raw. All it is. Novaris had like this burning presence. Doral just has raw strength. That is it. There's a fire
In
behind
other
it.
words,
That's it.
Dural. In other words, if Doral did some real training, he should be able to take down Navarus easily, right?
Kind of hard to do that when you're thousands of feet tall. And he's just a dinky little thing.
Well, hey, step 1. Learn the reduce spell and cast it on yourself. Pack all that power into a tinier package. Increases potency.
I mean, he can turn into a dwarven form if he so desires.
Now that a choice has been made,
Mm-hmm.
I have to know. Out of pure curiosity, I have to know. What would have happened if I would have picked Papa Primordial's power?
You would have an ability once per day to instantly kill any creature with 150 HP or less.
Oh my god!
However, you have to roll a D1000 to determine a side effect.
Doesn't sound too bad.
Honestly, that's probably like still worth it. Like it'll be a good finishing move.
Yeah, but if like a dead magic zone appeared for 500 miles around you, you'd be boned after that. Like, well.
What does that get me?
What does that get you? The Wheel of Wild Magic says 345.
Man, that could have been kind of fun, but the wild magic is so fucking off the kilter sometimes.
Yes.
I know I would have fucking did it like once.
The nearest
And
castle
killed
turns into
myself.
chocolate.
Yo! We can finally fancy up Galador for the new queen. She would love that shit.
Be so fucking fitting.
Handyland!
Sorry,
Handy
I missed
Mountain,
it.
Charlie!
What? I missed it. What was
The
that ability?
nearest castle turns into chocolate.
Yeah, so the summer court's gonna melt real fucking quick.
Oh boy. Dude, we gotta get Rana there fast. Castle, chocolate, go! Teleport!
Fucking turn Dragon's Crest into chocolate. It'll last for fucking ever.
True.
Till it takes a
That's
ballista
true.
bolt and the whole fucking thing crumbles.
Someone just pours hot water and it fucking disintegrates the entire city.
Dude, hot chocolate for life. Chip off a bit of the wall, you're good to go.
And your fortifications fail. Why? I got hungry, okay? Yeah. Fun little tidbit. Dural's dwarvish form looks eerily similar to maybe a very old version of Rauno. Maybe it was the dream. Who
Oh my
knows?
god. It's a dream. Or
Maybe
Maybe Maybelline.
maybe all
Maybe it's
dwarves look the
Rondo.
same.
Maybe all dwarves look the same. Including
Maybe-
primordial colossi.
Or maybe
That's
I
racist.
decided I will look like the sexiest dwarf alive right now. Boop! It chose Rondo.
Or maybe Rondo has a little family secret and he's a great
That would
great
explain the magic.
great grandson of Dural. Assuming Dural ever had a wife that he didn't like fucking break in half.
Primordials asexually spawn. They basically break a piece off and let it turn into something.
Oh.
Break off a piece of the dick.
We're on the party hat, Dural. Let me see that whiskey dick.
I mean, look at it. Like I think Rondo is, after all, a divine blood sorcerer. He could just be like a long descendant of Dural. That would check out.
Who knows? Who knows? Nevertheless, we'll end the stream as well whilst I'm at it. Thank you very much for watching, people. We'll see you next time. Cheer bye.
Those
Bye.
Bye.
Ba, 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 ba.